All right, I guess Moss left.
Yeah, he went to go get lunch.
Oh, I thought he was doing that later. All right. So what's our goal in this? What are we doing today? Are we pretending we're going to solve the mysteries of Myst? All right, why not?
We're gonna count every single tree and figure out how many there are.
Have you guys seen this intro? It's pretty badass.
Oh yeah, I keep forgetting that. This intro.
I realized the moment I fell into the fissure that the book would not be destroyed.
Your voice is
as I
somehow
planned.
less clear than the
It continued
game's
falling into that
sense.
starry expanse of which I had only a fleeting glimpse. I've tried to speculate where it might have landed. I must admit, however, such conjecture is futile. Still, questions about whose hands might one day hold my Myst book.
Oh, hey, Mitchie's here.
unsettling to me.
Hello.
I know my apprehensions might never be allayed. And so I close, realizing that perhaps the ending has not yet been written.
Yeah, so that's all I got left. I guess I have to go search for another drink. I don't know. Wait. Is it gonna move? Oh, there it goes. Okay. I was afraid that I had technical difficulties. I do not. While I am highly appreciative of all of the Myst remakes, I kind of just wish we had an actual 3D model of this level of Myst. Like, I know it's not realistic, but I just want to play around in this 3D model. Does anyone else feel that way?
Yeah.
Yeah, I get
Like,
that.
just be able to free roam in this particular version?
Uh-huh.
Okay.
We just need to set up the same team behind Star Expanse. They'll get right on it.
Yeah, like, don't overthink it, right? Just give us this basic 3D model, and I just want to walk around in it. Maybe even fly mode in it. Doesn't have to be too complicated. I could just sit here just all day. And maybe I will. I mean, why not? I remember what in the Windows version, at least, when those birds were flying around, the cursor would turn white, which I guess it was always white in Manhole, as we just saw. Oh, what do you guys want to do first? You guys be like, I don't know. Well, you know what? I'm also like, I don't know.
Catherine, remember the tower rotation.
Oh, okay. Oh, this? I guess that doesn't change it very much, but... How do you want to do it? You want to vote on what I mean, do you want to vote on what change I go on first? Do you want me to solve all of Myst Island first? Do you want me to... How do you want to see it played tonight? Do you want me to randomly select an age? Do you want me to do it in the order I typically do it? What do you want? What are you feeling?
I kind of want to see you do it randomly.
You want a
Number
random?
generator.
I can do a random number generator.
Yeah, do it.
All right.
Do whatever you feel like.
No, yeah, I like the random. Let me get a coin. That's the best RNG. Yeah, we'll go rhyme next year.
What's Joey doing?
See, isn't this camera so cozy? Particularly when it's surrounded by all the trees. You feel
All right.
isolated. Like, this is your own section of Myst Island, separate from all the other parts of Myst Island, because it's surrounded by trees.
Wait, I missed some of that. What was it?
I was
Myst?
paraphrasing your trees video again
Oh yeah.
about how the cabin you feel secluded,
Yeah, look at this. I can hide.
right? And like there's actual shade going on.
Mm-hmm. So, all right. So what are the ages in alphabetical order? There's channel would be first, right? Mechanical,
Mechanical.
Senolytic, and stone ship.
Yeah.
Yes.
All right. So if it turns up heads, we're doing one of the first two, and if we're doing tails, one of the last two. It was tails. So
Okay.
stone ship or Selenik. Well, Selenik would be first. That'll be heads.
Good evening, Tekarok, or however you pronounce that.
It's Tech Rock. It was heads. So, shit. It was heads. What's that? What did I say that meant? Oh, it's the first one. It would be the first one in
Yes,
the.
that's one.
Selenitic.
Yeah. So we're doing that first. Whenever we get around to doing ages. Oh, did I change? I didn't change this yet, did I? Ah, it still says manhole. Let me change it.
What order did you guys initially do the ages in? I think I did mechanical, stone ship, Selenitic, channel wood.
I don't remember. I remember first and last. I remember I did stone ship last because I got stuck on it. I did mechanical first. The other two I
actually
don't
did the
remember.
same.
I know I definitely did mechanical first and Selenitic last. First time I played.
I have no idea what the code is. I'm guessing it's 920, but apparently not.
We're playing with randomized.
No. Miss Masterpiece. I'm just doing other things as I can. Oh.
Yes, I had the boat.
I know Moss worships the British, but we're not doing UTC. Oh, 2021 is an actual
No, Shady, I
lost in it.
worship the English, not the British.
Oh, specifically the English, huh? That still sounds pretty cringe.
I don't know, it's music to my ears.
Oh, Stop Ship is back. Can we solve the spider code? The code no one got in Loomis 2000. I don't actually know what you're talking about. If I did, sure. Make a.
I am serious. Give it up.
But yeah, what I was saying is it's cringe to worship anyone. I think that it's not about the English specifically or whoever.
You worship Thomas Sowell.
Not worship. He's just proven that he's smarter than all of you.
So like the English.
The English aren't smarter than everybody.
Serious?
No, I mean, there's definitely a lot of great contributions. Just like, don't go too far with it. There's a lot of great stuff there, but come on.
Yep.
It's like once you go too far, I have to push back on it. Once you stop going too far, then I can be like, yeah, there's a lot of good stuff there.
Never.
Eddie, do you mind if I leave this conversation until I finished eating?
No, we need we need to get a word in while we can.
Well, you can listen to me chewing, that's fine.
No one's channel is misophonia, do they?
Yeah, I'm kind of on my phone right now.
This is
Yeah.
great soy.
Yeah, you do like your soy. You vegetarian, you. We're doing the rocket first. So let's go over here, and whatever random things I pushed first, I have this one, and this one, and this one, I guess. Oh, I guess I'll turn on the I'll turn on the others and do the thing. What did it say I'm missing? No. Maybe the generator? Yeah. Yeah. Here's our water turbulent pool. I need another drink. See, this room is bluish purple. But it's not in the new game. Isn't that beautiful? It's 3D in 2D.
Oh.
That's not how dimensions work.
All right, tell me how
What
dimensions
was that
work.
about men, Sarah?
What?
What was that
You
about
just latch
men,
on to the
Sarah?
word min and dimensions and just...
Dimensions. It has the word min in it, therefore I don't like it.
wrap around. That's pretty stupid. What I call dodgy programming.
Hey, look, it's the Rhyme Age. Can you fly in Myst Masterpiece? No, because it's not a 3D game. But we were talking about that earlier. I wish that they could render this 3D model or this model in 3D so that we could. I would love to do that. I think it's one of my, like, if I was truly honest with myself in, like, my deepest heart's desires, I think it's in there somewhere. It's not like number 1, but you know, it's probably like top 15.
What is number 1, Shady?
Like my deepest desire?
To take over the world.
Probably not allowed on Twitch. What?
Alright. Hey, you know what my deepest desire is, Shady?
To be English? 100%
No.
genetic blood English?
No.
Really?
This is suitable for you. This is suitable for Twitch, by the way.
I cannot imagine it being anything else.
Yeah. I want my country to get their shit together so I can be proud of it again. That's my number 1 heart's desire.
It seems like it'd be number 2 to just like, if you could just be English, then you wouldn't have to worry about it. Be like, ha, I'm English, and therefore I'm better than everybody else because the English are the best. Because I watch the Lotus Eaters, and they obviously know best. I mean, they're good, but come on, like, don't overdo it.
I never said the English are the best. I said they're very, very good. I said historically the British Empire was where it was at. But now it doesn't exist anymore, so now we're stuck with other things.
We're not stuck with anything, actually. We're in a very weird transition point in human history.
Alright, I'll give you that, but, you know, if Alex Jones is saying anything positive, then I think we should probably back it in. No, I'm joking. I'm just gonna keep living my life normally and just try and resist it. That's all I can do.
Yeah, it doesn't sound very normal where you are right now. Oh, I haven't been to the tower. I have no idea what the correct code is. If I just keep pressing buttons, I'm sure good things will happen. Oh no, it went to 0. What do I do now?
That's just the thing is supposed to say near a game, like a restart. Yeah.
Wait, your greatest dream is to go to the Olympics, Miss Lover. Alright.
To be an Olympian, my drink is empty. I'll never be an Olympian if I keep drinking like this.
So, yeah, what about you, Centennial? What's your greatest desire? Does it involve mountains? You're going to be climbing Everest,
What the
isn't
fuck
it?
am I doing? I'm drunk as
Especially
fuck
not.
and talking about the English. I have
think
the
just have
mountains
myself
up here. Let me let this
happy
play
little
and
life
let me
together.
get another drink or something.
You just want a happy little life, Centennial. Is that what you said?
Pretty much, yep.
Alright. What
Well,
about you, Sarah? What's your deepest
you're in the
desire?
right spot to go off and hide in the mountains. I'll be right back.
Tell us about your deepest, darkest desire. Not darkest, but deepest desire, like our ones, which were not weird.
Ooh, I'm not even actually sure I can say this on Twitch.
So you and Katie
Catherine, my love, I have to leave quickly. Something terrible.
It's alright, Sarah. Why don't you PM it
It's
to
hard
me,
for
and
me
then
to
I'll
believe.
decide whether it's
Most of my
good
books
quality
have
or
been
not.
destroyed. Catherine, it's one of our sons.
Send me a PM, Sarah.
I suspect Acheron,
Real?
but I shouldn't leap to conclusions.
Pardon?
I'll find
For
him
real?
and Cirrus as well.
Oh, yeah, for real.
Okay.
I should have known better than to have left my library unchecked for
Do
so
it.
long. Well, I've removed the remaining undamaged books from the library and placed them in their places of protection. You shouldn't have to use the books until I return. But if you've forgotten the access keys, remember the tower rotation. Oh, and don't worry, Catherine. Everything will be fine. I'll see you shortly. Oh, wait, and erase this message after you viewed it, just to be safe.
Sorry, Miss Lover.
All right, there. Read that and tell me if that's okay.
Yeah, I think that's probably okay. I mean, Twitch is pretty out there in terms of this stuff, so I think that's fine.
Okay. Well,
Shady's
what
not
I
here,
said, probably not use the same language, I guess.
So I have 2 questions.
Oh, all right, Shady's back. No, I don't think Twitch would censor you for that because they're pretty lefty. So.
No, what I said to Moss was that I would like to get top surgery. I would that would it would reconstruct my chest is what it would do.
Oh, that's interesting. We've all got all these different ideas. You know, mine's about my country. Sarah's about their body. Mitchie is about having a quiet life. What about you, Super Gamer? What's your deepest desire?
That's an excellent question. I think the biggest thing is I would have I would be more at peace if I had more confidence that mankind as a whole that we're in good hands and had good leadership.
No.
Funny face, Shady. Yeah.
I
No.
admire your optimism. And
Yeah, don't bank on that. Instead, there's a better
Yeah.
way around that. So I have 2 questions. So one is, did I remember to actually play this message, or was I too drunk? Did I actually play
You
it?
did it.
You played
did?
it. I did.
You should.
Yeah.
Okay. Second, was actually gonna be, because I know I left, but I guess Sarah's what was Sarah's top desire? But I guess it was literally a top desire. So
That's a good way to put it.
so I guess that was stated. So I don't actually. Although I started getting a little distracted by the fact that Sarah's voice came in a bit scratchy, and I was thinking more about that. But I don't think that's on our end. If that's the only one that's coming through like that.
It might be because it's rubbing against my.
You sound
Sweater.
good now.
I'll move
You
it.
sound good now.
Yeah. See, I took it off my sweater. That's what it was.
Okay. Yeah. When you said that, you were starting to come in, and I kind of missed some of the words, but it was something. Yeah. All right. I won't ask you to. Yeah, I won't ask you to say it again, because, I mean, that would be unfair to make you say things like that over and over again. Although I guess it'd be funny. What? What was that? Yeah. I want to fly around this in 3D. This rendition of the game.
Hey, Mitchie, since
It's probably my
Sorry,
number
go on.
2, kind of Mitchie, but it's more literary. Trying to write a book.
Okay, I was just going to ask Mitchie whether he wants this read out. You happy for me to read the whole? Pardon?
I'm fine. Don't worry.
All right.
So in case you didn't know, the code to the whatever this age, the selenitic age,
I'm
is
still gonna
59
call it
volts.
Selenitic. I don't care what anyone else calls it. It's always going to
Wow,
be
I
Selenitic.
would have never
It's
guessed.
gonna be. You want to call it what do you want to call it today?
I think in the game files it's referred to as scientific age.
The scientific age.
I call it Selenetic.
Yeah, it's selenitic. I just have a hard time saying it.
It's a very awkward way to say it. Selenetic sounds like Selenic.
I used to think it was selenitic, which I think actually sounds nicer. I actually like the sound of selenitic better, but that's just wrong.
Yes, you do.
You need
Miss
to really
Lover.
go. Yeah, you should. So it's 3 steps.
Tell us about what your deepest desire is.
Get Discord, connect your Twitch to it, and if you have Amazon Prime, which I have no idea whether you do or not, you can subscribe for free. So if I go on this, You can't tell at all. But the spine on... I need to sign out of this.
Cool nutcase.
Hi, nutcase. The spine on this will read selenitic if you're playing Real Myst Masterpiece. It's too blurry here. But we also need a musical code. Alright, picked it up. Need to reset. Nope. Now, it seems like there's always somebody that doesn't know about this every time I bring this up, so I need to do this real quick. So let's go over here. Let's reset this. There we go. So I'm actually going to go back in here. If this is short... and you go right up to the door, it does this.
Oh, give it a kick.
All right, there's usually somebody that learns about that every time you bring it up, so.
I definitely heard that sound quite a few times.
Yeah. I mean, I've covered it enough, like, each time, like, with more people learning, right, it's kind of an exponential decay on who learns it. All right, I'm turning that off. Oh, let's turn the other one off, too. Why not? All right. I'm drunk, I have no idea. Derp. There's nothing. It's quiet.
I will agree, Miss Lover, Shady does look a bit like Ronald McDonald.
Oh, God.
Well, what?
Shady just says nothing.
If you just don't acknowledge. Yeah, so there.
You know
Here's
who
the
Shady
art style.
You know who Shady really looks like? Does anyone else in the chat want to know what I think?
Bill Clinton.
No? I mean, do you want to know Centennial? Do you want to know Sarah? Do you want to know Super Gamer? Or should I keep it to myself?
I'm kind of curious now.
I mean, obviously you're framing it in a way that you want other people to ask.
And if they don't want to know, I won't say. It's not mean Shadier. It's just like a person.
I will oblige. Go on, Ma.
The bank teller, like, you say a person, it could be anybody.
Yeah, I think Shady really does look a little like Ron Howard.
Oh, I've heard that before.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Alright, that means nothing.
I can see that one.
I've been told I look like Ben Franklin, and I have like at least one person call me Franklin.
That is a compliment. Don't let that down.
So I like these kind of quilted pixel shadow squares. These are nice.
I get Ed Sheeran a lot.
Ed Sheeran.
Yeah.
All right.
So do you have a
Neil
Discord
Patrick Harris.
account yet? Ratchet Miss Lover? Whatever we call you?
Who do you look like, Sarah?
I don't know. Nobody's told me I look like anybody.
You look like Sarah.
I look like me.
Are you
Who
a
do
real
you think
person?
you look like?
Who do I? Oh.
You have short hair, right?
I do have short hair. It's kind of a mullet-ish now, though.
No.
Oh, mullet. That's. Oh no.
No.
Nobody cares about your opinion, Moss.
I'm just thinking mullets are. Yeah, they're probably quite retro now. They're probably, you know how computer hardware, like technology, it depreciates to a point where it's worthless, and then at a certain point, it becomes, you know, classic and retro. So it suddenly has a huge spike in value after being completely worthless. Maybe that's what's happening with mullets now. You know, they're
I don't know about
cool
mullets, but I
again.
know that beards have gone in cycles, and I think that there's something about...
Yeah.
I remember this being kind of explained about, I don't know, male psychology or something, just about how, like, because you got your role models, but you also want to stand out. And there's
Oh,
this
yeah, we talked
cycle
about
where
this,
where beards become trendy, but once they become too trendy, then it's the guy who's got that clean shaven look that looks more professional. But then once everybody
Then it's a
does
bit
that,
like-
then it's like, oh, that rugged beard look, oh, that's manly, and right? And it's just, it always goes in cycles like that. Me, I never give a shit. I just like, it's easy to shave the sides and not in the middle, so I wear a goatee. Fuck off. Like, I don't, it's not even a style. It's just what's convenient for me. I don't think I turned all these on. Let's try again. There's no fog. There's no pollution in this age. I feel like it's about, I would say 60 degrees, whatever that would be in, you know, English temperature.
60 centigrade? I mean, you're having a bad time with this temperature. Or you're talking about 60 Fahrenheit.
Yeah, whatever. I don't know what it is in English temperature. Because we have to worship the English again.
12 or 13.
I always have to look up Celsius.
50 is 10, so it'd be like
Right,
15,
Fahrenheit.
16, something like that. Whatever. Right? $20 would be 68, yeah. Wow, maybe I did do all these. I'm drunk. I did all my homework and I wasn't even paying attention.
Yeah, that would, if you went to regular high school, Shady, that would have gotten you beaten up.
What?
You know, being someone who wasn't paying attention but still did all the homework.
Still did it?
That's what you said, like, you didn't pay attention but you still did all the homework.
What's wrong with that?
It's just that means you're really, really smart. And a lot of people are going to really not like that, so they might beat you up if it was high school.
Oh, I see.
Yeah. So I was confused that I said something stupid, sorry.
That's how it was.
All
They'd be
right.
like, you're allowed to take one page of math formulas for your, you know, Calculus 3 exam. It'd be like, well, just don't know, take like 3 formulas in, and other people would like try to cram, like would try to put as many things as they could on their 1 page of notes. And I'd be like, here are the 3 formulas I need, and that's all. Because
We would
everything
do that
else is
for
just...
physics.
Yeah, because if you put too much on there, then you won't be able to navigate it.
Yeah, we would have ladies that would fill out, their entire notes almost onto their little physics cheat sheet. It's ridiculous.
If it's too much, just information overload, yeah. I like how the ambient sounds in the background suddenly go away. Well, I just solved the puzzle, believe it or not. Like, I mean, so you can tell me to slow down, or I can just keep, I can crush this game really quickly if you want. What do you want?
Just keep crushing it while we talk about our deepest desires.
Sure. And keep doing what you feel like. I'm going to have to get off the soon anyway.
I mean, I'm not a speedrunner, but I know kind of where these things go. I think they go there. See, this is the art style I was looking at in Manhole when we were playing. Maybe not here, not this room. But outside. Let's go back outside. You don't really go backwards too often. Right here, yeah, this door.
Funny, as you said, let's go outside, but to the stream delay, you went inside.
Yeah, I know. I know. You guys are ahead and behind at the same time. The only way to resolve that is you're gonna have to come to my house.
All right, Shady.
I think I got another chair around here.
That's what Lauren said. You said that once, so that she should come over because you have 2 chairs.
I know. It's a good line.
I have 2 chairs and one of them is empty, so
So whichever one of you gets here first, the other one has to stand. Northwest. Okay. All right. I've been told I can't backtrack. I got to do this perfect.
Yeah. I mean, it'd be good to get Shady had someone else there, so Shady just wouldn't have to play with himself.
Oh, don't use the word with.
phrasing.
I do actually have a friend where she asked me to proofread her work for like one of her assignments. And she was talking about, it was like this case study she had to work with for this assignment. And what she'd written in her work was, instead of playing with other children, because there was talking about, I think this kid was autistic, and she'd written, rather than playing with other kids, Charlotte preferred playing with herself. And I had to write to her and say, yeah, don't say it this way, because if you say it that way, it makes it sound like she prefers masturbation. That's not what you're going for. Because, yeah. Obviously, since English isn't her first language, you're not going to pick up on
the issue
like
isn't.
Yeah.
I mean, the problem is twofold, and one is that spoken language is inherently ambiguous, and then second of all, we twist that ambiguous language always in favor of whatever is in a sexual nature. And it's our fault. It's really language shouldn't work that way, but it does because we're monkeys.
Yeah.
Yep.
I can't argue with that.
We're monkeys. We love to smear each other with poo and screw.
Mm-hmm.
That's my Sunday. Oh wait, it's not. I'm watching Shady Paradox. I'm watching Shady Paradox while I smear myself with poo. Yeah. Anyway, This is a rather stinky copy for removal. Yeah. Anyway, yeah, the stream delay.
Yeah. I'll be right back.
Bit of lint on the microphone there, Shady. Uh. Yeah, come and join me, Miss Lover. Yeah, you should. It'll be fun. You can tell us about your deepest desire. Who was that?
Excellent.
Ah, it's you, Mitchie. All right.
Oh.
How's the Dark Seed there, Mitchie?
I haven't played it in a while, but I think about it a lot, and Darkseid's pretty neat.
Yes, it is interesting. I'll give it that.
It's too bad that it's probably never going to go on to GOG or Steam because of H.R. Giger's estate. I mean, if the Necronomicon 1 and 2 can't get reprinted, then I don't really think there's that much hope for Darkseid to get republished.
Yeah, well, we'll see what happens.
Yeah.
Hey, we do these every month. Miss Lover. All right, where was I? Does anybody else remember? I do.
What was the question, Shady?
What I'm doing in this maze, because I was told I can't backtrack.
Well, you can just listen to the sound.
What if I can't listen to the sound?
Yeah, you've just gone south twice, so I know what the next option is.
Yeah, it's over here. You're talking to a bunch of die-hardcore Myst fans.
Yeah.
And we're very pro-English as well.
Never lost. What'd you say? I didn't hear you.
And we're very pro-English. Except
I'm
when it
maybe
comes to
like
cricket, in which
10%
case
English
England
at the
sucks.
most. Well, I'd rather be more English than I am because I'm like half German because my dad's side. Fuck. I hate being half German.
Most of my ancestry is Irish, so.
See, Irish is okay, but like it's not. At least it's not German, right?
What about Myanmar? Is Myanmar okay?
Probably.
Yeah. Do you even know where Myanmar is, Shady?
It's kind of over there, yeah.
Over where?
In that general direction.
Over there.
Does anyone
I'm
else
sure if you
know where
started walking in any direction, I mean... So as a mathematician, the way I see it is, if you point in a direction that doesn't lead directly back around to yourself along a great circle, like it's you have two choices. Either it's on you can point on a great circle, in which case you have a risk of being wrong, but maybe you're still right. Or if you don't point along a great circle, then you can actually like if you head in a direction that you can kind of you can actually, well, I guess any direction, if you continue literally any direction, it would be a great circle, but You can always kind of go. You can wander around in a strategic way to where you can hit along one path every direction to where you can say, yeah, over there, and you'll still hit it. I think.
You can come to Western Australia and not go to a restaurant. Does anyone else here know where Myanmar is? I don't want to explain it.
Maybe?
Yeah, where do you think it is, Sarah?
My
I actually
gut
remember-
says Southeast Asia.
Yeah, it's somewhere there. I wouldn't.
Yeah.
I know it's like there's that and there's like Laos and like. I mean, it's in Vietnam, right? Like they're all kind of in the same spot,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah, what was it?
Well, Vietnam,
But which one's
Thailand,
which?
and-
I mean, as a child, when I needed that to get that
Yeah.
correct on one try for Carmen San Diego, I could do it. I wouldn't be able to tell you now.
Yeah. Yeah.
Vietnam.
But I thought it was funnier to be like, yeah, it's over there.
Why don't you speak in the chat, Mitch? If you're in the voice chat, don't type. Why don't you just
Wow,
say?
Myanmar.
That's the only way you can
I
get
was,
a word in.
I was saying that like I'm 55% Italian, 23.1% Irish, and 16.9% Eastern European.
Damn.
And, like a bunch of other stuff.
This dude knows his heritage. I need to
How
know
did
that.
you
I'm
get
like,
those
I think I'm
numbers?
like 50% German and 10% English. I wish it was the opposite.
no.
I do wish it was the opposite. Like,
Actually, the thing is, I actually got genetic tested. That's
yeah,
the
I
thing.
know.
Yeah,
mean,
I
obviously you
did too,
did.
so I know as well.
But what I knew is that, like, you know, my family was like mostly like Italian, Irish, and Hungarian.
Oh, Ungarish, that's cool.
I have
Yeah.
no idea why that's. It's not just that it doesn't surprise me. It sounds fitting, even though I don't feel like I know you well enough to say that about you, Mitchie. Why do I feel like, yeah, of course?
Probably his brown hair.
I don't know. Are we done with Selenitic? Well, no, because we gotta get the blue page.
Yeah.
Is there
Yeah,
anything
that's
you
right,
want me to
yeah.
spend time
Radius
on?
is cool.
You got one more chance on Selenitic, and then we gotta flip coins again.
Blue page.
That's it? You want me to just grab that as quickly as I can?
Yeah, and then go to the maze runner, I guess.
Return.
I can do it.
Thank you for bringing me that. You must continue. My name is Sirius. I beg you to find the remaining red pages. You must read. Release me from this book which has become. Bring. I need more red pages, please. Beg. Don't waste time. Look. Don't touch. My brother. My brother is guilty. And I wrongfully imprisoned. Bring the red page to me.
That was longer than I remembered. You guys are so respectful. I love it. I said, shh, got plot elements, and you guys just all be quiet for that whole long scene. No, I really do. I love this community. I love what we've built here. It's
Sorry, Teddy, what's
fantastic.
going on? I was just in the toilet.
Oh, okay. You were taking a dump.
No, I'm joking. I've been here the whole time.
I see.
But it's only like the cutscenes from Myst, a game that we've already seen like dozens of times.
I know. Really, like, we have to respect the plot. So yeah, so the story Myst Lover is, it's 3 steps. If you want to come in, you need a Discord account. You need to connect your Twitch account to it, which I'm drunk. I can't tell you how to do it. Maybe somebody can tell you.
You have to go to settings and
Yeah,
there's a section
maybe,
in
or the
settings
internet will
and
tell you.
you
and
log into
you
your
have
Twitch
to,
account.
This is what I do as kind of a reward for my supporters. Now you can, if you have Amazon Prime, you have that option for free. If you don't, then you gotta chip in a little bit to the channel. It's cheap, but it's kind of exclusive just because I want to, reward my supporters. That's what I do, is sub Hangout every month because subscriptions are monthly. So that's it.
I mean, having randoms come into the voice chat probably wouldn't be that great an idea.
That's the other thing, right? Yeah, you kind of want to vet a little bit. Yeah.
Yeah.
So once you hook it all together, I'm halfway through 1 out of 4 ages. So you got plenty of time. If you're motivated, you definitely have plenty of time to get in here. And I know my way around pretty quickly, but also I'm sort of dragging my feet to take time. I like the look of this version. Now, not as much as the new Myst. Okay, Selenitic is my favorite age in the new Myst. I thought that looked fantastic.
I have to admit, I didn't particularly dig the style.
You didn't like Selenitic in the new version.
Maybe it was just all the fog.
I loved it. It drew me in emotionally. Now there's no fog. It looks absolutely pristine. Like, it's very colorful, right? Each version has its own character to it. So yeah, like, I'm not going to debate anyone because, whatever opinion you have is fine.
Oh yes, you'd need to come onto the community Discord, Sarah, to get onto the voice chat. So yeah, thanks for the link.
Where does that link go? That doesn't look familiar. The one I typically have goes to the welcome page. Maybe that one goes somewhere else, to a different. Maybe that goes to the main page.
That's the link I got when I pressed invite, and I copied what I got.
I see. I thought I made it so that you had to link it to because I like it to, when you link in, it takes you to the welcome page, which nobody looks at because nobody can post in it. It's just my, rules page. It's fine. But I thought I made it so that the only link you could generate was one that went to the welcome page. So that would be a mistake on my end. But whatever. Do I have to do this again? Like, do I have to do the challenge again to validate my... I don't know, my Myst credentials?
If you have to backpack even once, you have to turn in your Myst Master license.
I'm not sure what the rules are. I'm not really worried about it, though.
I like all the ages, to be honest.
So, wait, what? What was that? You said like all the ages?
I like all the ages, to be honest.
Yeah, sure. They all kind of complement each other in a certain way.
Yeah, I think he knows about that Tetchy rock.
I know this game back to front and front to back. So the correct path: northwest, north, east, east, south, south, west, turning south, southwest, west, northwest, northeast, north, turning east, southeast. Okay, right. Northwest, north, east, east, south, southwest, turning south, southwest, west, northwest, northeast, north, turning east, southeast. That's the correct way through. Yeah. This game is I could do this drunk and sleepy. Like there
why
comes a
he
point
did
where
at
it's
the
just
end of
burned in there, right? Did you see me do the music puzzle earlier?
That's why he did Myst in the 2021 New Year stream last after the end of 20 hours or so. And we're still able to do it even after doing Path of the Shell and Myst 4.
Yeah, that's true. Oh yeah, the marathon where I was literally half asleep. That's
Yeah.
right, Myst for Mac. The request was Myst Masterpiece, though. I'd like to play Myst for Mac again when I'm not so tired. But
Yeah.
I would like the new you said there were two versions and I had the older one. I'd like the newer one.
I think,
Right?
yeah, the issue was, I think you need a patch because, I think the version you were playing had the bug where the fortress wouldn't rotate properly. So you couldn't access anything other than the South Island, and therefore you couldn't solve mechanical legitimately. I think that was
2851.
the only difference. That was the issue. So it was a patch, not a updated version. Myst Masterpiece Edition for the Mac is there's also Myst Masterpiece for the Mac, but I wouldn't bother playing that. It's not particularly good port, even though
Wait,
it was
which
presto.
version? Which version?
There was a Myst Masterpiece for the Mac as well. But yeah, I've never really liked it that much. I always thought there's just no point playing that instead of the original.
What did they improve? What did they claim to improve?
Well, it was essentially just a port of Myst Masterpiece for Windows, so it had high quality graphics, but it was also had like the shorter music and things like that. So
Wait, why would they have the
I didn't
shorter
really see the
music?
point- because that's just what Myst Masterpiece for Windows had, and that was what they were using as the base.
Can't join only text. Do you have? So did you get? So of the 3 steps, there's join Discord, connect your Twitch account with Discord, and then I don't like actually asking people explicitly to subscribe, but I do want to explicitly reward only the people who subscribe to join in the voice chat. So let's look at those first 2 steps. Myst Lover Ratchet. Are you in the Discord? Did you make a Discord account? And did you connect your Twitch to it? Those are 2 easy steps. Those are 2 things you could do without any problems. And actually, when you connect it, I don't remember why you got a second Twitch account. You have your own reasons, I'm sure. You can't do the 3rd step. All right, but did you do the first 2? Because it'd be great. I mean, if you're in the Discord is just. I mean, Discord is such an easy way to communicate. And everybody talking about their deepest desires. I mean, I feel like my deepest desires are just like none of your business.
Actually.
Fair is fair.
Yes,
Fair.
that's legit philosophy.
Mine's just so benign I didn't mind sharing it.
I mean, imagine if my deepest desire in the world was I'd love to speed run Myst in under 15 minutes or like all pages in 15 minutes or whatever. Like, even if it was that, it would still be none of your business because it'd be like, that whatever it is, whatever the nature of the thing is, it's still so personal. It's like, that's too much information about me if it was that personal to me. Does that make sense?
I think the difference is that personal means something that's important to you, private means something that you don't want anyone else to know. I say personal and private mean different things. What you're talking
You sound like
about
a
is
communist.
private.
Personal property and private property are different things?
No, I'm not saying that. I'm just
Yeah,
saying
you
that,
are.
know,
That's exactly what they say.
I'm not talking about property. I'm talking
Yeah, but
about...
personal versus private, that's a huge distinction to them.
Yeah, I'm not saying that... Well, I'm not saying that personal property or private property is owned by anyone except for you. It's yours by definition. Personal and private means it's yours. But private explicitly means something that, you know, is for you and you only. Or personal is, you know, something that is important to you, but you may want to share it. Like, not in
You see,
terms of,
communism is about running your society as if it's a single family. That's exactly what it's about, and therefore you don't get this extra private space. In the same way that, like, a child's room, right? You have your bedroom, but it's really your parents that own the house, and therefore your parents own the room.
I'm not talking about property, though. That's not what I'm talking about, Chad.
No, but that distinction about whether it belongs to the child or to the parent is the same as if your personal property belongs to you or the government.
I'm not talking about government ownership, Sadie.
No, but that distinction about personal versus private. Remember, I'm drunk, so but I know, like, you're hitting that thing where I'm like, oh yeah, that's that thing. I could probably articulate it better on another day and write like a paragraph that could explain it.
I still say that personal and private aren't the same thing. They're interconnected, but they're not the same thing.
I'm still saying you're a secret communist.
Fuck off, Shady.
You returned. You wouldn't pretend. They just rescue me. I'm acting off. My brother, I beg you.
I drink now, it's too funny.
To be complete. Always blue pages. Listen to him. Now listen to my brother. He's a detestable fool and a liar. Bring me the blue pages. The red ones. Don't bring the red ones. Implore you. It's been wrong to be imprisoned. You must. I will have my retribution. Please bring me the blue pages. Pages.
Okay, so two things. First of all, this is for Myst Lover Ratchet Lover. I don't think you joined. You may have gotten a Discord account, but did you join the Discord server? Sarah sent a link. There's also one down below in the Twitch description.
I can't see it. See her. No.
No.
Most recent person is Gaddafi.
Yeah. So either one, I'd like you to join the server so you can see all the messages and you can keep up with all the news and stuff. So, second thing. Well, actually, there are three things because one thing is this is empty. I need to refill it. I need another drink.
Do you really need more to drink, though?
I do. Because I got 3 more ages to get through, and I'm going to be sober by the end of this. And I know this game too well. So, and also, here's another argument to your point, Super Gamer. So, I need to randomly... Yes. Because we're randomly selecting ages through coin flips. So, the rule was to flip... So we got 3 ages left. Let me propose something to you. If I flip it twice and it comes up heads, I go to channel wood. Heads, tails, I go to mechanical. But if it's tails, I go to stone ship. How does that sound? Does that sound fair?
It's almost binary.
What do you do if you do a tails? If it comes up tails then heads?
Well, here's the thing. See, I did tails heads last time, and that led me selenitic, but that's already taken.
Oh yeah, that's right.
Would it just be simpler to do the other age in the pair that you had
See,
decided
you
between
guys, see, I know
point
how
cost?
this works. I know exactly what I need to do. I don't care. You can ridicule my state of mind all you want, but I know exactly how to do this properly with mathematical accuracy, and you need to figure it out. So don't patronize me about how much I've had to drink. I'm going to refill this, and I'll be right back.
None of us said anything, Shady. None of us said anything.
Well, Super Gamer said, does you really need more to drink? No, I know exactly. I can explain well. My capacity for language is a little limited, but I enjoy the challenge. I embrace it.
All right, Shady, keep getting pissed.
Yeah.
Maybe Tom or Lauren will come back by the end of the stream, because it will have been a whole night. It'll be 6 a.m. there now, so they could get up again.
I imagine they're going to be out for a little while yet.
Yeah. Wonder where Christopher and Alexander got to. They're always tremendous fun. There are no pages there, Tetchy Rock, so it's not really going to help us out. Oh, Bal's streaming as well. I wonder what he's streaming. No, Miss Love, you have to subscribe to Shady's Twitch channel. You don't subscribe to Discord. Well, no, you join Shady's community Discord. You don't subscribe to it. It's just a group that you join. Hang on a second. I want to see what Bal's up to.
You should see an invite page for the Discord. And you have to press accept invite when you get there.
You guys figure it out yet? Do you have to subscribe for Discord? No. You can join. You can definitely join all the chats. Just the voice to get on the stream. That's the paid thing. Which is $5 a month. I mean, and half of it goes to Jeff Bezos. So it's not much, but
Papa Bezos needs his money.
Jeff Bezos needs his money. God damn it.
I can't understand what Bal's saying. I give up.
50.
I was going to say, have you learned Portuguese yet?
Not yet.
Oh, you watching a stream?
Well, I popped over to check his stream. I'm back now, so I just wanted to see what he was streaming. He was streaming some fighting.
When are
game
you
for the
going to
Game Gear.
Crete, dude?
Well, as soon as I can leave the country.
Yeah, are we gonna go? I feel like we could also meet up in Brazil and just like show up at his door.
That'll be hilarious. I think it'll be
I
funny. if we
know,
showed
but
up
it sounds like a convenient location considering where I am and where you are. That'd be like a good meeting place. We can pick him up and we can go to Crete.
What about Lauren's house?
Oh, Lord.
What about Lauren's house?
She'd be about halfway as well.
What? Isn't that like the absolute opposite part of the globe? I'm not good
it's
at
between
visualizing
us.
this.
I think Brazil's
On a
much
risk
closer
board.
to you than it is to me, Shady.
What?
I think Brazil's much closer to you than it is to me, Shady.
I just think
Well,
Southern
the-
Hemisphere, but
I'm closer
Yeah.
to the. I'm
Australia.
closer to Africa. I could probably get to Johannesburg in about 12 hours.
It looks like the Central African Republic would split you guys nicely. That seems like a good meeting place.
Yeah, let's just all go to Africa. That's the best place.
Yeah, with their internet that's only marginally slower
Oh,
than
finally,
Australia's.
Matthew showed up. Okay, so
Matthew!
Matthew, what?
Hey, Matthew, when are we getting the podcast?
wait,
I
so
ho-
we
I
were
hope-
so
I hope you
I
washed
had
your
a
hands before you
mathematical
came
question.
here.
Did you guys figure out the coin flip? How to do it? How? Because coin flips are supposed to be 1 and 2, but I have 3 H's left. How do I do it fairly?
Then the fourth one is just, please try again.
God damn it! You had to be right. All right, so that is the answer. So yes, so it might be in some people who are not as smart as they think they are. They might think, well, if there are 2 options with heads and 1 with tails, if tails shows up, you just do that one. But that makes that option twice as likely as the other 2, and that's not fair. So you have to give that an extra chance to filter itself out to give that outcome on equal footing as the other 2, and therefore you have to have a 1 in 4 chance of a do-over. Yes. See, I'm a good math tutor. So
Yes, you are.
All
yeah.
right.
So heads. The thing in my head is heads. Alphabetically comes before tails, and so that needs, for me to keep it straight, I'm like, if heads comes up, it needs to be Channelwood or mechanical. Whereas if tails comes up, the only one left is stop ship, excuse me. But stop ship is tails. It needs to be a tails. Otherwise, a tails heads is a do-over. Yes, so there it is. I just dumped it on the floor. What is our result? It is a tails.
Oh boy.
Oh boy.
Come on, you stop shit.
If it's tails again, then we go to stop ship. Oh, I dropped. That's not fair. Let's do a real flip.
You know, the funny thing is I'm actually laughing quite hard, but Discord's filtering it out because it sees that there's noise.
Yeah,
That's
it
how
actually
good
is
my
tails
nose was.
though. So we're going to stop ship. That's your
Stop
favorite
ship.
age. Stop ship. All right,
Ship state.
let's do
The
stop
ship
ship.
shaped like a stop sign.
When are you gonna hop in the chat, Matthew? You can.
Matthew
join
has to
in with this
subscribe,
summer.
or someone can be generous and gift these subs.
This is Matthew. I'm not being generous.
No.
I ain't got that kind of money.
Not
Or
until
you
we
could
get the
gift it
podcast.
to Myst Lover, who I feel is a bit more deserving than Matthew. Wait, that just
Ooh.
disappeared.
That was a bit of an underhand dunk.
Dude, I'm drunk. I have no idea what I'm talking about.
Call
So,
me a communist.
are communists drunk? Probably.
No, that's why you call me a communist, because you're pissed.
Wait,
You
watch
wouldn't
the
do that if
top.
you were
Watch
sober.
the roof. See, it disappeared. That probably was out of line for me to say. I'm just too drunk for me to understand the ramifications.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm sorry,
I'm
world.
not gonna say
I'm,
anything.
s-
The
I'm
last-
sorry to whoever that shortchanged. I don't even remember what I said.
All right, I don't care.
Okay.
Yeah. Look, Shady, I'm sorry, I can't join in the criticism of like bugs in this game because last time that happened, I got chewed out. So, as far as I'm concerned, this version's perfect.
Who chewed you out? Me?
Yeah.
Goddamn, Moss, you're so elitist with your English dick sucking.
No, it's pussy sucking, you idiot.
What? Hey.
I'm
No,
not- I'm
no.
not a-
Hey,
I'm not a
the
bundle of
English are not pussies. And see, now you're making me defend the English.
How dare you? How very dare you?
14.
they're pussies. I mean, look at Tony Blair. That makes them pussy.
What the hell am I doing? What have I done with my life to end up here?
Don't worry, Shady.
All right.
You'll be sober in the morning.
If you, yeah, I just need to drink water and I won't be hungover. If you're offended by whatever I said, if you are, I swear I don't remember already. Let alone tomorrow, I won't remember. I don't even remember right now what I just said. So
Yeah, I don't care.
chill out. But you know what's funny about Myst?
Yeah.
Is that I have all the dates memorized, and so I can do this drunk. But right now, we got to put this in first. All right. Now we're gonna learn our constellations, right, guys?
Duh.
All right. So we're on the same day now, Shady. That's an improvement.
What do you mean improvement?
Well, you're not living in yesterday anymore.
Well, I actually have always enjoyed, like, when I went to college in California, I enjoyed being in Pacific time. I liked having the earlier time. It was really nice. There's something about knowing that you were on an earlier time than other people in the world, which you wouldn't know if you're like way in the future compared to everybody else.
Yeah, UDC +8. Yeah.
So there's the first one. See, I got that one right. It's perfect score, right? Nobody wants to admit how perfect I am. All right,
You're
January 17.
Eric, compliment a man, will you?
I'm not looking for
Why?
compliments. I just want.
Tell Shady he's perfect.
Why would I ever do that?
It's not about a personal thing.
Because he just asked you to.
I acknowledge you were.
No. It's not about a personal thing. It's about the board, right? It's just like any game of sports. It's not about like you're judging, my body. It's you're judging the scoreboard, right? Look at the scoreboard, and this is wrong. I don't have the thing up yet. Hold on. Fuck, I think it's this. Yup. Snake box. There it is. Right there. Why did it have to be snakes? But it is. It's right there. So, that's the second one. Again, burned into my brain. That's just how it is. See, this is that single sound channel, so that music keeps cutting out, which is probably really bothering the shit out of you, Moss. It's alright. Maybe one day you and I can design a game that has 2 sound channels. ShadyWow.exe. Yeah, no, not stereo. That's left and right. But 2 sound channels were
mixing multiple sounds together.
Yeah, ShadyWow.exe. So I didn't realize you'd find it that funny. But
Yeah.
here's the spider. No, it's not a spider. It only has 6 legs.
It's a
Bam,
spider
there's
that's
the
been
cow's
hacked
head.
up by that kid
So
from
that-
Limbo.
Yeah, it doesn't matter because it would have been faster to just cycle through the 56 as long as you could hear the very quiet sound of the ship rising out of the water in the background. No, that's the goddamn cross. I always forget. It's this one. Actually, these controls aren't very good.
You wouldn't be criticizing Myst, would you, Shady? We all know
I mean,
Myst is perfect.
Cyan does because they keep changing their design. It's a very Platonic philosophy. Theory of forms, right? See, that's what I always got confused about the whole Platonic thing, because there's like friendship, love. Wait, is it agape or whatever? there are 3 forms of love. There's the
Oh, yeah.
brotherly love, there's a romantic love, and whatever Sin knows that nobody else does. And so there's 3 forms, and then so there's 3 of them. But then, God damn it, I got distracted.
There's philia, agape, eros, and also storge.
Okay, so
That's
one of those
Scorpio's
doesn't
news.
count
See,
because
Sarah
Plato
knows more
didn't
than I
come.
do.
So one of those is platonic or something. So
Yeah, it's agape.
I don't know. I feel like one of those is cheat code in a video game. But so you got 3 or 4. I feel like one of those is an Easter egg or something. Because I thought there were 3, but you guys are telling me there are 4.
Types of love.
Yeah. I feel like they're gaslighting me because one of them is a time zone earlier than me and the other one's later than me. So they can't have coordinated this, so they must be right, but that can't be.
I still say there's only one type of love, and that's love.
And that's
Deep.
highly sexual. So
No. I mean, love isn't sexual in itself. It just sometimes has a layer of sexuality to it. But
can
the
I
love
climb
you feel
the ropes in this
for
version?
Myst, the love you feel for Myst is the same sort of love you feel for your family. At least it is for me. That's what I say.
Yeah, but I don't think I
I
can climb
say
the ropes
whatever
in this
my-
version.
Monkey brain philosophy of life says.
You should look to Thomas Sowell like Shady does, because Thomas Sowell has all the answers.
He really does. He's a smart dude. It's great because he's...
What's Thomas Sowell said about love? I'd be curious.
I probably won't figure it out by staring at the wall, so let me just move on.
Valid.
What was I talking about, though? I was in the middle of a point.
Love.
No, before that.
The constellations. Or what were you talking about? How Cyan obviously thinks Myst isn't perfect because they keep changing it.
I'm sure if I ever watched my archive, I could figure it out. God damn it, I was in the middle of a point. Oh well.
You're saying there were 3 types of love, and then everyone else was saying no, there are 4. Then I was saying no, there's 1 type of love.
Yeah, the problem is when they explained the 4, they didn't actually explain the 4. They just put these mystical woo-woo words up there. And they were each like, yeah, that's the one. Okay, you know a Greek word. Good job.
Yeah.
Anyway, it's been lots of fun, but it is time for me to head out for the night.
Super Gamer is being responsible
Alright.
because he has a
Good
wife
night,
and kids.
Super Gamer.
So, good night.
Does
I
he?
don't yet, but I do have.
No, he just has work tomorrow. What was it?
You have work tomorrow.
I don't have a place to be tomorrow, but on Monday, yes.
Yeah,
he
you just
doesn't
don't want to
really
mess up the
sleep cycle
circadian
stuff up.
rhythm for your dead-end job tomorrow. I mean, not dead-end. That's not the
That's me.
word. That's not the word.
It's a
Grindy job.
transitory practice job, is how I view it.
What's funny? No. Here's the thing about dead-end jobs. You don't need to hear this because your job isn't actually dead-end. That's not what I meant. All that means is that your next step in life is somewhere that is not along the prescribed path. It's that you jump to a completely different path because your own way through is unique and
Deep
interesting.
Shady.
Yeah,
That's deep.
no, it's not. Don't butter me up. But I've actually no, I've really thought this. Like, you know, you can there. Yeah, I got it over my head, but it's the way you get through from one step to the next, if your job is dead end, then it just means that it's not prescribed for you and there's another way through. But that's nothing. I have no idea what Super Gamer's situation is. I feel like he's got his programming boot camp, which means that he's training for a wide range of opportunities. Like, I really I genuinely don't see any limitations on what he could do with that. I feel like he's doing the opposite. He's giving himself many opportunities. So there's no personal thing behind that at all.
Anyway, you all.
Yeah, I mean, obviously you're setting yourself up to be in position for a lot of different things. I'm just farting in the wind. Don't worry about me.
Super Game is gone. So.
Oh, I thought I just heard his voice.
No, well you did, but then he just quit, so he's no longer in the chat. It's just
okay.
Centennial, Sarah, and Mitchie.
What do you think is Thomas Sowell nutcase, or Sowell apparently according to Australian pronunciation, which is there's nothing truly Australian because they just copy the British or the English apparently.
Well, what about Aboriginals? They're truly Australian.
Yeah.
But we don't talk about that because, yeah. I don't think anyone outside of Australia has any clue about the Aborigines, which, you know, I don't know if that's a good or bad thing, really. But yeah, I won't get into a conversation about Aborigines.
Okay, local nutcase is a Thomas Sowell fan. So am I. Have you read The Conflict of Visions? That's my favorite book of all time because it's just so... It's so dry, but at the same time, it's so insightful. It's just so, it's so matter of factual about it's historical too, because people get like too caught up in like the political winds of the day. But he's like, no, these are two different ways of looking at the world that have transcended humanity for hundreds of years. Probably not. I don't know. I getting drunk. I am, but it doesn't.
Yeah.
I'm not driving a car. I'm driving this Myst bus. Like, it's, we're not gonna die. So.
Well, you were driving the manhole and that crashed. So.
That did crash, but that was Windows and Bill Gates' fault.
Oh yeah, I'm happy to blame Windows and Bill Gates. I can get on that train.
There we go.
It's not gonna crash.
Man,
Sorry, what was the book called?
I loved Thomas Sowell. Conflict of Visions.
All right.
I have it right here on my coffee table. I could probably just like, I could probably pull up a random passage and it would be insanely insightful and be like, man, this guy's drunk, but he knows what he's talking about. It'd be like, no, I'm just reading this book. Wait, I was already down here. What am I doing?
I think I'm gonna hop off the chat because I'll pull a Christopher if not.
You
But
start snoring.
Yeah, but I will stay in like the typing chat.
Yeah, please type.
Yeah. All right. Good night, Centennial.
Peace.
At least Sarah and Mitchell are still here. Mitchie.
I might, go to sleep soon because, I
Good night.
took sleeping medicine, so good night.
So your name is Mitchell, isn't it?
I'd rather not say.
All right. Because I mean Mitchie traditionally is short for Mitchell.
Mitchie is a big nickname for Mitch, which is in turn a nickname for Mitchell.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking, because I was thinking, have I got
it's
it
like
wrong
a
by
double
calling him
nickname. It's a nickname for a nickname. No?
Alright.
All right, good night, Mitchie. We'll make do with Sarah.
All right. Looks like it's just you, me, and Sarah now.
All right, Sarah, where you go? Because she's muted.
Oh. It's you and me,
it's
Moss.
just us. Yeah. Anyway, I've got to get going as well.
Oh, you're heading off?
No, just joking. It's pretty funny if you had a Hangout stream and you're the only one in the chat.
Oh, it'd be like, oh god, it's just I got 3
Like
quarters
a
of drink
regular
here.
stream.
It'd be like a regular stream, and it'd be like, oh, I set this up to where I have 2.5 ages to go. I mean, I really could, like, I could finish this in 15 minutes if I had to. But I've been dragging it out for you guys. Because I kind of know what happens in this game, generally speaking.
Yeah. So Myst Lover, you think you might be able to subscribe and come into the chat? I'm not saying you should subscribe, I'm just saying, do you have the ability? Because it would be nice to have a third person in here, since Sarah seems
Don't
to
worry
have
about the,
gone to sleep or
I mean,
something.
are you in the Discord? That's the first thing. Just be in the Discord.
I can't see her in the Discord.
Yeah, just do that. Join in the server. Yeah, just do that. That's free. Don't worry about, like, there's no cost to that.
Do you prefer non-fiction to fiction, Shady, in terms of books?
Oh, nonfiction for sure.
Yeah, I find fiction very hard. Fiction books just so hard to read, but non-fiction I can read fine. So if it's gonna be fiction, put some life into it. Is what I say. Doesn't matter if it's like, you know.
I just have I have a hard time
or-
conjuring images in my brain, so I'd rather it just tell it to me straight.
Yeah, I don't have trouble with that, but yeah, I use my brain all the time, so it's nice just being able to have the pictures shown to me rather than me have to create them myself.
I feel like I did this already, but that's only because I played the other version earlier.
All right, Matthew is what? Well, there's a second Matthew. You're already here, Matthew. And yeah, Matthew doesn't have a microphone, so he can't join the subscriber chat, even if he did have an account again. Someone anonymous gifted it to him months ago.
Yeah, he's been gifted subs in the past, but he's not subscribed now, I don't think.
Yeah, but he hasn't got a microphone, so... Oh, hello,
This
Sarah.
is where I got stuck in
Yeah,
the
I'm back.
original Myst.
It's just the three of us now. We're like a sitcom.
So, what were the 4 loves?
Agape.
I'm pretty sure I
Is-
love you in one of those, but not the other 3.
Agape is like sunset. It's like a platonic, but also kind of cosmic, unrequited kind of love. So like the same kind of love you would have for your chosen deity, or for like a parent to a child.
Yeah, that's a bit too strong. No.
Agape does sound like a feeling, like an expression you get. With
Yeah,
yourself.
I don't love you like my child or my god.
No, I would hope not.
No, not
No,
feeling
philia.
that one.
Yeah,
Davey
philia
feels
can
that way
cover-
about Thomas Solo.
No, philia can cover like a lot of types of love, though. So I think some sources will they'll like subdivide them into those different types of love, but they'll be like anywhere from like friendship to romantic type love.
Okay. So if there's like a generic one, yeah, if there's like a generic one, that's kind of the most. But I didn't realize there were 4. I
Yeah.
thought there were 3.
There might be at least 7, but I don't know.
Is there one that's
And then
like
Arrow.
having fun hanging out in the voice chat on Discord? Is there one that's specific to that one?
It's called
might-
Twitches love.
Because I think that one would
It might
resonate with
fall
me the
under-
most.
It could fall under philia,
Yeah.
but I wouldn't know the exact term.
It's the
Or
one that
is there a
falls to the
sort of
bottom.
love
when-
that? Which love do you feel for something which you know isn't like necessarily a living thing? So it's not like a deity. It's not like a person. It's for like a concept or an idea that you just really, really love.
That might be more related to storge, which is more of like a love for your country, a love for sports, or like love to maybe a concept. I'm not sure.
What
But
about
it's
a love
more
of
of
Myst? Would that be a love of Myst?
Is
maybe.
Sarah a concept?
Maybe.
You're not a sport.
Mm-mm.
No.
Sarah is a person.
Last time we checked, yeah, that's true.
Yeah.
Okay. Cut. Alright. I think I heard the answer is 135 degrees. So if we tick it off straight from this way, go backwards, we'd have to go around like 5/8, which is here. Oh, look.
Hello, alien.
Hey, alien.
You missed some weird stuff.
It wasn't that
What have we
weird.
covered? No, we covered a lot of weird stuff on the stream. What have we covered? We covered love. We've covered amputations. We've covered communism. We've covered soul. What else? We covered some
We have
weird
not
stuff.
covered. We have not. I feel like we haven't covered anything, as in like nothing has reached a satisfactory conclusion, especially Thomas Sowell. You need to read his books cover to cover, dude. That dude knows his stuff. I am so happy to be alive in the same time period as that guy.
Have you ever written to him and told him how much you love his work? Because he is 90, so
He's
probably want to get on
91,
with it
I
soon.
think. Yeah. Yeah, I probably should tell him pretty soon and be like, dude.
Dude, you're awesome. Can I come over to your house and we can play Scrabble or something?
We can play video games.
That'd be funny, Thomas Sowell playing Myst. You know who I'd really love to see play Myst? Like, do
Have returned.
Tom Baker? What?
Katie, Dory.
Free from my prison on this forgotten island of Myst. I see that you are. I am called Sirius. I need all the red pages. I know. Must search and bring 2 more for the red pages. I am released, I promise. Don't touch the blue pages. That is where my blood. For my wicked brother, he is a man of distorted mind and senses. He disgusts me. Do not release Mackinac. Thirst for destruction is not. Never ending. Bring the red paper.
So, if you play this backwards,
Release me from this prison.
there's a clip in there where he
You will be
says something like his unquenchable thirst for destruction or something.
must help me. Tell me.
I mean, it's not just that I'm drunk, which I am, but there is a thing where if you play, there's a clip of him saying something where it only plays backwards. Am I making sense?
Yep. So
If
yeah,
you
what I was
play-
going to say, Shady, is... Sorry, go on.
If you play that whole thing backwards, there's a clip in there where he'll say like his unquenchable thirst for destruction or something like that. And it's not a clip that's played anywhere else. All right, you had a thing too?
Yeah, I was thinking it would be the person who would be really cool to see do a Let's Play of Myst and Riven would be Brad Dourif, because he loves these games, and that's why he asked auditioned for Myst 3, because he loved Myst and Riven so much, and the Journeyman series.
There's my deepest desire. I want a joint playthrough with him.
Yeah, we need to make it happen. We need to get him to get him to a Mysterium.
That would be hard to top that.
Get him to Mysterium, and then he can do like a live playthrough of Myst and Riven. I know, because yeah, Brad Dourif is an amazing actor.
He's amazing. Oh my god. Imagine if I got to pick his brain.
I think the most interesting thing about his role on Myst 3 is that it's so hammy, but it makes sense in the context. So, you know, it doesn't make... He's hammy, but it doesn't make it seem like cheap and corny.
What does hammy
it makes
mean?
It seem that bit more real. You know, where he's sort of like over the top. You know, sort of, I guess, chewing the scenery is the word, although I don't really know what that means. So, where, you know, he's like really over the top and it's sort of like really, really exaggerated motions, but it makes sense for the character. Well, in other circumstances, you know, it would just seem corny. With him, it just seems like, okay, this legitimately seems like how your character would behave.
So, there's an account, a new one, Barichmo. Is that you?
That would be Matthew.
No, I think Matthew is Matthew. There's already a Matthew.
No, but Matthew's last name is Barrich, and this is Barrich M0. So I think this is another Matthew for some reason.
What? Oh, good point. Why are you doing this to me?
He's Matthew. He's got to... Don't give us the smiley face, Matthew. Don't just say, like, why you... It'll be so taunting if you said, like, why are you doing this to me, Matthew? And you just send a smiley face in response. That would be awful.
You guys sort yourselves out. I have to go to the bathroom. 1 second. I'll be back.
All right. You still here, Sarah?
Yeah, I'm here. I was just talking to Miss Lover real quick.
All right. In the chat or on Discord? Oh, yeah,
chat.
I see. All right. I keep forgetting to move my computer mouse. I'm going to tell it not to sleep for the rest of the session. Yeah, there's a user called Matthew Barrich on the Discord server, Matthew. Offline. There's Barrich M0 and Matthew Barrich. So Sarah, say something.
One is Matthew and one is Matthew's evil twin.
Well, that would explain a lot. Well, I can't explain it either, Matthew, so...
Okay, sorry. All right. I don't know. Hello?
Hi.
Hello, Shady.
Hello. Good. Okay. I haven't overstayed my welcome on my own channel. I'm a little worried about that when I get like really drunk, but I think I'm
Yeah, I'll stick around till the end of the game at least, Shady.
good.
But obviously, I do
this
have
is only
to work today, so... Try and get at least one chapter done this weekend, then maybe 2 on Wednesday. Because Thursday I'm busy because you've got your stream and I can't proofread something and watch you at the same time.
You sure?
I can mark and watch you, but not proofread because I get distracted.
Remember when I remember playing Buried in Time and you skipped class. I was very happy when you did that for me.
No, that was Myst 3 Exile.
No, I'm I'm just waxing nostalgic on the time you, Oh. Really? Now just... No, I think... Well... Hi, Ratchet Lover. I'm confused.
Hello.
Hello? What was I saying? No, remember when we were playing Buried in Time and, like, you skipped class for me, or you kind of, like...
Well, I sort of did both at the same time with Buried in Time.
Yeah, you did both at the same time, and I just really appreciated that.
Myst 3 Exile, I legitimately skipped class. So, I just logged in, and then just didn't say anything. I privately messaged my Japanese teacher, said, oh, I'm in class, but I've got to do work at the same time, so could you please not ask me any questions? And then she said, that's fine, and I just went into the other room. I didn't pay any attention.
Well,
And so as far as she was concerned, I attended.
I do my best to try to deliver the good times, because that's what's important in life, especially in these uncertain times.
Yeah. It was pretty funny though, like she had a multiple choice question up and people were just typing the answer in the chat and I happened to be in the room, so I just put down the same answer everyone else was saying. I had no idea what the question was, so I figured, alright, if everyone's saying B, that's probably correct.
So, last chance for Stop Ship. Is there anything else anyone wants to see before I head out of here?
I think we've seen everything.
Until the next time we play Myst, which will probably be next week because we just can't get enough Myst.
No. Next week we're playing King's Quit.
That's true. We're playing King's Quit next week. Oh, looking forward to that.
And Fate of Atlantis.
I mean, next month.
I am looking
Whatever.
forward
We
to
play
King's
Myst
Quit.
all the time. That's all I'm saying. Just, you know, we can never get enough Myst.
I mean, it's really funny when like you happen to like make some videos and then one fan community just hooks into you and expects you to do that all the time. Like there was one streamer I used to watch who he basically made a playthrough on YouTube of this one game, which we all know of it, but I won't mention it. And pretty much everyone who follows him on Twitch just loves that game and just quotes stuff from his playthrough. And he got really annoyed just because he wanted to do other things, but everyone who watched his channel just wanted to see him play Titanic again, and again and again and again. So, yeah, don't be like him. So.
Oh, well, I was gonna say, if you find your niche, I mean, whatever value you provide to the world, you know, you got to kind of latch onto it. But it's Akinar's turn to talk. We have to listen.
All right.
Yes.
Back good.
You're back. Good.
More pages you find. Bring more. I must have some more. All I ask of you. Long. It's so long since my brother, Sirius, wrongfully imprisoned me within this book. Stupid schemes. Pretty speech. Read, which is endless. It should be possibly obvious to you. evil, and he has destroyed all before. Do not bring the red pages to him. Not let him trick you. He tricked our father. Hideously murdered our father. He'll trick you. He'll murder you. Touch the red pages. I beg you, bring the blue pages. To me, listen, you must obey me. Blue pages are my only hope. You must help me. You must help me.
I feel like I feel like everything Sirius Nakanar say would be really good lyrics for heavy metal.
Well, you can add heavy metal to this music, not heavy medical, heavy metal.
I know I have too many syllables in my drunken face. All right. So where am I going next? We have 2 choices left. Channelwood.
So just
or
do a single
mechanical.
coin flip, I think.
Yep.
So which one's which?
Heads would be Channelwood. And tails
Yeah,
would be
Channelwood.
mechanical.
Mechanical.
Channelwood. All right, I'll be back.
Yeah. What, you're going away, Shady? Oh, is there a
Heads.
technique
What
there?
is that? Channelwood? Yeah, it'd be Channelwood.
Yeah.
All right, we're doing Channelwood.
Oh, you're not BRBing, you're just flipping a coin.
Yeah, I was just flipping the coin.
Miss Lover has a question for you.
How did I play Real Myst 2000 and 2000? Poorly is the short answer to that. I didn't really have a good graphics card, so it didn't run very well. But I remember I went to a summer camp and another kid who was a real smart math kid that kind of knew the landscape of the day, and he said, yeah, this game's really impressive, and thought that my computer was okay for it, but I'm just kind of trying to recall my experience of it. Let's see, what year was that? Was it 2001? 2002? I want to say 2000.
Well,
let's say
Real Biz came
2001.
out in November 2000. November 2000, so it was probably 2001.
I was gonna say it was either 01 or 02. But yeah, I think it was 01. I'm not drunk enough, man. I think I gotta.
Should I tell my story about when I first played Real Biz?
Probably, but tell it again. Why not? We're just chilling.
All right. No, I mean, should I tell it? But yeah. So yeah, I got the Macintosh port of Real Myst as pretty much soon after it came out in 2002, and I didn't actually have a computer that could run it originally because the computer I had at the time just didn't have a graphics card. It was the computer that my family had actually got for Ribbon, so that's how old it was. It was a 1996 computer. And yeah, we got a then yeah, for Real Myst I got a iMac G3 from 1998, which wasn't that much better, but it could run the game. Had an ATI Rage 128 with about like a mega video RAM or something, so pretty low end. And yeah, I played it. It ran really badly, and there was a thing as well where basically I think it required macOS 8.6 or later to run, and I had macOS 9.1. But there was a bug on 9.1 which meant that all the graphics would show up all pink. And there'd be glitches where things were like transparent when they shouldn't be, or physics would fail so you'd fall through the floor or something like that. And the fix was upgrading to macOS 9.2, which I just couldn't get the computer to do for whatever reason. So yeah, I played through Real Myst many times with just these glitchy pink graphics with a very poor frame rate. And I didn't really get to play it properly until about 2005. So,
In my opinion,
yeah.
nothing beats the upside down screen. That just blew my mind. I still don't understand that.
Which game was this?
Myst.
It drew upside down.
Everything was upside down, including the mouse control itself.
I still remember when I first found a copy of Titanic's prequel, Dust to Tell of the Wild West, which Shady needs to play because it's an awesome game, but it's not available anywhere digitally. I could only find the Windows copy, not the Mac version. And when I played it on this particular system, it rotated the screen 90 degrees.
90
I have no idea why. I have no idea why it did it, but it was so weird. But I did figure out you could go to the restaurant. Sorry, the desktop, not the restaurant. The desktop, and you could write.
How much have you had to drink?
And you could go on the desktop, and you could right click, and you could rotate the desktop back to like the normal angle, and the game would run fine. But I have no idea why it decided to rotate itself 90 degrees.
Hey, Sarah, do you remember the combination here?
Nope. I'm a
Really?
normie.
Well,
You
I
haven't played
remember it.
Myst enough. Okay, yeah, I know you remember it. It's never changes.
724.
Yeah.
I'm sure if I see it, it'll be one of those situations where we're like, oh yeah, I actually do know that, but I'm an idiot, so.
You just kind of, it's not being an idiot, it's that you trust other people, right? You kind of outsource that memory. It's like, oh, they'll remember it, right?
But then they get drunk.
Hey, I remember it. I was just asking to see if, I'm kind of testing the waters to see. I want to know, like, you know, different people. Like, to me, it's common knowledge that the safe combination is 724, but maybe it isn't. And so I gotta kind of take data, like, one person at a time. You know, maybe this person knows, maybe this person doesn't. Oh, do you guys want to ride up in the sky? Yeah, you do. Because I asked.
Sure.
I will say though, is that your knowledge of Myst in general is more akin to my knowledge of Uru.
You got Uru. Oh,
That's
yeah. No, I do remember that because you had that shape knowledge. I remember you commenting on that, whatever that age is called, Kadish Taliza or whatever. And
I think so, yeah.
You made a comment about that. I remember that. You were like, because you had, I don't remember the exact circumstances of the event, but you made it seem like you knew, like you had a way of, when things were right, you just knew it.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know. Which I thought was pretty cool. But you didn't know the Myst safe combination is 724. Man, everything is so interesting how, like, how someone can know one combination that's so much more difficult, but not the one that's simple in the more classic game. Alright,
It depends on which one you played more. I mean, did you play Uru first or Miss Sarah?
I played Uru first, and I played it a lot.
No, I mean, that's interesting in and of itself, because Myst is, you know, the older game that...
Yeah. I played Myst at least 8 years, maybe 9 or 10 years before Uru, so...
Yeah, no, I just find it interesting.
What year did you first play Myst, Shady?
1997.
Alright. So I played this 2 years before you did. And I
Yeah,
think Jim
I played it
around the same
because
time,
it drove me crazy. Because I had always heard of Myst, and we never got to play it. So this is, I mean, I honestly, I could think of how it even just shaped my life in general, because, you know, when you grow up obviously as a kid, you got parents who control, you know, what you're allowed to consume, what you're allowed to see, what you're allowed to play, whatever. And it just kind of drove me crazy because I always wanted to play Myst, but I never had it. And then Ribbon came out, and it just sent me over the edge because people said it was even better than Myst. And it was just like, all right, that's it. And I just saved up all my allowance, whatever, and just bought Myst. And it was like, all right, you can try to manage how much I'm allowed to play King's Quest or whatever that we had that came with the computer that you bought for me as a kid or whatever. But I am taking my money and I am buying Myst for me. This is my game. You can't take it from me because I bought it with my own money that's mine. This is my game. And they actually accepted this point. You know, when I was 11, 12 years old, I was like, I bought Myst with my own money. This belongs to me. You can't manage this. And they were like, all right. That makes sense.
It's a good message.
Yeah.
Is your father still around at this point?
Yes.
All right.
He left
Yeah, that's
in
a good story.
2001, January.
Wow. So just before Myst 3 came out.
Mm-hmm.
Suppose that's tied in with the memory then.
That's interesting because that came out in like May, right, or something of 2001.
Yeah, I'm not sure when.
But yeah, I just love that. I think that really has probably shaped a lot of who I am. Where it's like if I earn my own keep and I buy what is mine, and therefore other people don't manage it, then then I'm allowed to control the terms of it. Because when it was with King's Quest, it was my parents who bought the computer. The games came with the computer, believe it or not, and they were able to manage it under their terms. But with Myst, it was like, I'm buying this. This belongs to me. You can't manage this. I'm gonna play this when I want to, And I was able to negotiate that point, or argue that point. And
2017, you first played Myst Lover. Sorry, Shady, I got a bit surprised.
Oh, you first played in 2017, and you are now Myst Lover 123. How did that name stay open for so long? I don't know, but yeah, I think it's shaped a lot of who I am and being able to, own things and
yeah. Hey, Shady, can you try just continually pressing the button over and over again? Because
how are we on the same wavelength? Because I just thought of that, just doing this.
Yeah, because that was a bug specifically from the Windows side. You can't do that in the Mac version. It's just
you're just like shitting on.
Not shitting on. I'm just saying that's different. So you can't do it in the Mac version.
You're like, it's not English enough.
But no, like I think in the original Windows version, not Myst Masterpiece, if you press it enough, it would eventually go down, and you could just get to the book that way.
Oh, I've never heard of that. Even though I did see Rand Miller try that, and it also didn't work for him and Mysterium last year. So maybe there's some truth to it.
I did see footage of it on YouTube.
I've never seen anyone push the button to get to the Myst book, but I keep seeing people try to do it.
All right, so let me bring it up. The internet is slow for some reason. I think because
your Australian internet is slow for some reason. I didn't know that was a thing until tonight.
Yeah.
All right. Myst Lover is leaving us to our degeneracy. Good night, Myst Lover. It's good hanging out with you.
See you, Myst Lover.
Damn, I'm down to one sip of drink again. What is this? When will you stop? When I beat the game. I could finish this game, even in terms of completing the other 2 ages, pretty quickly if you wanted me to. I'm just enjoying my time. I mean, just look at these graphics. Like, this is fantastic for whatever the fuck year this was.
I do want to say that out of all the versions of Myst, I think I like this one the best. Just in terms of visuals.
Yeah. I want to experience the ideal Myst from Mac version, which I don't think I ever have.
Okay.
Yeah, Kindle, I was flipping coins and selling it. It came first. So this is our third age today. Then mechanical is the last, which is absolutely ridiculous. I've never done mechanical last before, probably in my life. So that's kind of interesting. That's what's fun, you
Alright,
know?
Shady.
When you flip the coins.
I put the clip up. Yeah, I've checked. The guy did manage to do that. So there is video footage of it actually being done, so...
Oh, because of like a bug or something?
Well, yeah, he was able to keep pressing the button on the channelwood elevator, and then it eventually just went down to the channelwood book. Hello, Kindle Snowtail. We got a few people here now.
Yeah, I mean, I can... How do you want to do this? I mean, this game is so easy, so natural to me. You can do it any way you want to experience.
We'll see where we... Just, yeah, try and play it so you see pretty much everything, I guess. To, like, actually solve all the puzzles, not just go to get the white page, obviously. But it's a little late for that now, but...
See, sometimes I'm kind of tempted to talk about, like, channel secrets once a lot of people leave, because then it's like nobody's listening. So now we can get
well, there's
into
still
the
11
juicy
people
stuff.
here.
That's
11
the thing.
viewers, so...
Yeah, this says 12 on my end. Yeah, so like, should I not?
Well, you may never be this drunk again, Shady, so...
You think I'm that drunk?
Well, you know, who knows what could happen tomorrow? You know? So, who knows?
I mean, I'm not gonna drive, so I'm definitely gonna be alive.
Well, no, but you know, something could happen to the world, you know? Like, Matthew could do something, and then that results in nuclear war.
Think he has that kind of power?
I don't know.
He has that kind of sway.
Yeah. Matthew's gonna be so annoying. He might not be watching, though.
Yeah, he got bored, even with Myst. So I hear, yeah, this is the thing that drove me crazy. Because you can hear the water, but you can't see it. And, like, you really can't. Like, you should be able to see it come out of here, but it doesn't.
That reminds me, yeah, I told you this before, but on the original PlayStation port of Myst, which was only released in Japan, because the ones released in other countries was a separate port that wasn't as good. But on the Japanese port of the Japanese PlayStation port of Myst was very good, except for the fact that because it was full resolution as well. It wasn't like crammed down like the 320 by 200. It was 640 by 480 or 640 by 400. So it was the full detail, not like other console ports of the game, including the later PlayStation version. But there were weird bugs like you couldn't really move sliders properly unless you had the mouse, PlayStation mouse. Like, I had to turn off the PlayStation and go back because I couldn't get the dates in the right spot, or I couldn't get the music notes in the right spot in the spaceship. But there was a weird bug here where no matter what happened, whether there was water going through the pipes or not, you'd always hear the water, and it really, really annoyed me. So I don't know why it was like that. I was telling my father about it, and he said, you should write to the programmer and just tell him that, like, oh, you know, you made this mistake, you know, 26 years ago or whatever it was at the time. Shame be on you and your family. Because you know how the Japanese have this big thing about face? So, you know, the programmer, make the programmer feel bad about a little mistake he made in a port of a computer game, you know, over 25 years ago. I didn't do it, of course, but we thought it was a funny idea. Sorry, I bored Shady to death with that.
No, you're not boring me at all. I'm just thinking. I'm listening. I'm doing two things at once. One, I'm listening to your story about the programmer that messed up however long ago, and I actually am thinking while you're talking about that. I've talked about my history as not a programmer specialized per se, but as a math designer for slot machines and how soul crushing that was, but how it was. I don't want that to be my legacy. But also I'm thinking about, like, how can I prove to these people that I'm not, like, actually far gone? I'm just socially lubricated. That's a more awkward word.
You'll have to elaborate, because I'm not quite sure I know what you mean.
Yeah, lubricated sounds really awkward, but it's not that awkward. It just means, like, the inhibitions are gone, but I'm not incapable of thought. Unfortunately, I know this game so well. If you want me to finish the rest of this game, I'm in the middle of the third age. If you want me to finish this age and the next age fast, I could. I want to pour myself another drink and drag this shit out. But
right.
I don't know how long you guys will be around. I can, because I can afford it. I can do it just because that's me.
Would a few more hours be okay?
I can do whatever you guys want.
Maybe if I, like, knocked off about 4 a.m. your time, because I have to obviously do some proofreading and stuff like that. But yeah, I'm happy to stick around since we got this beautiful moment going.
We can do this every month. And you know, it feels more rare than it has to be because I want to do this every month. But like we did January 1st and then we did like February 7th or whatever. And then we did March 26th because that's what you in the supporter thread voted on as the most popular day. Which I think everybody that voted on it did show up, so that was great. I love what we got going on in our community, so.
Here's the thing though, some Hangout streams work better than others, so some of them are, you know, kind of fun, but some of them move into something quite interesting. You know, like
wait, say that again, please.
But, you know,
move into something interesting. What did you say?
No, like some streams, you know, they're just fun. You know, we have a good time, but some of them in particular move into something really interesting, like what we have now.
Oh, you think so? You think this is a special one?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, good. I'm glad to hear it.
Oh, good.
My drink is empty. Should I pour another one? I will, if you want. Like, I'm gonna be,
All right.
I
can pour a drink as well. I'll pour another chocolate milk.
I have no idea what this experience is like not drinking. That sounds weird.
Well, you can watch the VOD back later, and then you can experience it sober.
That'd be weird.
Don't flip the coin, Sirius or Akinah first.
I will if you want. I always go Sirius first, but if you want me to flip it, I will.
Alright, so you can go head Sirius and tails Akinah.
Let's flip a coin to determine whether we should flip a coin.
Alright.
So if it's heads, we'll flip a coin.
You still there, Sarah, or are you falling asleep?
God damn it, Moss, it's heads. We gotta flip a coin as to whether we're gonna flip a coin. So, God, All right, so heads Cirrus. Back in our tails.
Yeah.
It's heads. So we're doing Cirrus first. So it
Yeah,
didn't make a
alright.
difference. Unless, shit. Well, heads was Cirrus. I was like, God damn it, Akinar would be alphabetical. Because I've tried to keep it alphabetical, which Akinar would be alphabetical, but I've always thought of Cirrus as first. So let's go heads Cirrus because
Well,
that's...
you never hear the people say Akinar and Cirrus. It's always
Yeah,
Cirrus
that's
and
what I'm
Akinar.
thinking. So when I see heads, I think Cirrus, and then I'm like, wait a minute. Because I'm thinking alphabetical now, but no.
Are you still here, Matthew? Because, you know, I don't know.
He's bored. He wants to talk about Outer Wilds. And hugs.
Or how he got hugged. Yeah. Or his latest video, which involves taking footage he pirated of girls stripping and editing them so they're out of sequence.
Wait, what?
Yeah, like all Matthew wants to talk about the latest video he made where he takes footage he pirated of girls stripping, then editing them so they're out of order using FFmpeg, because reasons.
I was trying to think of how we could... Well, I'm drunk and I feel like I'm going to get myself into trouble. Not real trouble. It would have to be... It would have to be... God, fuck, words. It would be up to Sarah to decide whether I'd be in trouble or not.
Hmm?
Yeah, because I'm like... Okay, so I'm like... You understand how vague ideas are in my head right now. So I'm like... Matthew's always talking about how he's trying to, like, hug women and stuff. And I'm like, Saris is like... Something, like, not interested in men and something trans flag. How could we set him up? I feel like we could do it.
Still here!
But I can't like actually figure it out. You could be like, I don't know if it'd be like a thing like I'm surprised I'm not interested, or surprised I'm a man, or I don't remember what.
Surprise!
Yeah, whatever surprise, just throw them off. I don't care how you want to do it, but just. No, you don't have to. I'm just kind of disturbed by the fact my glass has been empty for the last 15 minutes. And I still have another age to do. And we're doing Cirrus first, right? Anyway, because the stupid coin. Because random.
I don't know, what does Sarah think about being set up with Matthew?
Okay, so Sarah can have an opinion about that, but Sarah cannot override the fact the coins said I have to do Cirrus first.
No,
Sarah doesn't
I
have
won't.
that much power. You have to respect the power of the coin.
I respect the coin.
Respect the coin. All right, I'll be back.
Respect the coin.
Alright, I've got to get a drink as well, Shady. I'll be right back. And I need to use the facility, so... Sarah, can you talk to Matthew and just say stuff? I mean, just anything. Not to do with this conversation.
All right, what did we decide?
About what?
I don't know. I thought we were on the fence about something.
No, we respected the coin.
Okay, then we're good.
We respect the coin.
Is Moss even here?
He went to go get a drink.
All right. So how far do we want to rush? We want to speed run as quickly as be like, whoa, how did we end up here? Outruns back.
Just to throw him off. Oh, hey, outrun. But like just to throw Moss off?
Yep.
That sounds like a brilliant plan.
Shit, I threw myself off. See how much I can get done. Be like, wow, we're already on mechanical?
Here I am.
No!
Oh man, no!
What's wrong?
No, I was
What's
trying
wrong,
to
Sarah?
figure out how far I could get, but I think I did okay, like in the very, very limited time I had in figuring in progress in the game.
Well, you're trying to get a certain amount done before I came back.
Yeah, and I think in terms of
Sorry.
achievement rate, I did okay.
Yes. Yeah, Matthew. I think the thing is, though, not everyone's as interested in the Outer Wilds as you are.
Yeah, so Tom, and I think puts on a clinic in terms of game design. Tom Dodd loves Outer Wilds. Doc loves it, even though Doc doesn't show up very much. Really what I'm saying is I'm trying to just not turn people off. Like you may be, Matt, your attitude is like, the game is depressing and I love it. My attitude is like, if you keep talking like that, you're going to turn everyone off the game, and I think the game is great. So I'm going to tell people the opposite of you to hopefully counterbalance your negative PR of the game.
Yeah, I'm sure you're more complex than that, Matthew.
So I'm like, damn, I have to say that regardless because it's a really good game.
You played Milk Shady, MYLK.
No. Oh,
That's a
well,
fun
this is
super
long.
With each page I can see more clearly. Soon, free from this horrible prison, this book. You must visit the one remaining age. You have not. Comfort that and my brother Akana is demented. He is guilty. Took advantage of the freedom our father had given us. Akana begins it. I ask you again. Do not retreat through pages. He will destroy both myself and you, just as he destroyed the other pages of Myst. Never will escape. You must simply bring the red. The story that I, your wisdom, you will see that I am innocent and he is guilty. This forgotten island long ago.
So, I'm glad to hear that Outrun got a full good night's rest before joining on the same stream that he went to bed to. God damn it. Well,
Yeah.
yeah, but I'm substantially drunker than I was when I started.
Drunk Shady is the best Shady, and I say
Drunk
that as someone
Shady-
who's teetotal.
Yeah, you should try drinking sometime. How could you be vegetarian and sober? Like, you gotta have one vice or the other. You can't, like... I don't know.
Well, isn't sugar enough of a vice?
Oh, that's true. I don't really drink... I don't mean, drink. I don't consume sugar outside of whatever similarity alcohol is to sugar, which I think your body kind of breaks it down the same way. Yeah, I don't
Maybe.
do sweets. That's true. I do
try
like
and-
my
I try and
savory.
do it in
I
moderation,
love
yeah.
meat. I love my Texas barbecue. I love all kinds of cheeses. I like the savory stuff. Salty.
Do you like the meat there, Sarah? Do you like meat?
Meat is fine, you know, I can go without it if I need to.
Well, we know that, but...
I don't know. I could take it or leave it when it comes to meat.
Yeah. Sorry.
The thing is with me and consuming
Yeah.
animal meat products is like I actually noticed like even when it comes to like how far I can run, like I can run farther a day I eat like barbecue as opposed to eating like bread. I don't know.
Bread is pretty much just nothing. It's a whole bunch of nothingness.
Yeah.
It's only there as like support for other things. It's
Mhm.
sort of like a warm-up act. So, you know, you don't just have a warm-up act on their own, just talking about how they got diarrhea when they went to Bali. You got to have something to go with it that's actually good. So,
But you have to eat something. So if you don't eat meat, you have to eat. I mean, if you don't, there's protein, fat, and carbs. That's like.
where's iron coming into it?
I mean, is iron calories?
I don't know, because apparently my iron's fine. Every time being tested, my iron levels have been fine, and the food I eat does have iron in it. I mean, eggs are a great thing if you're a vegetarian. That's why the bad things about veganism is that you can't even have that. So what the hell are you supposed to eat?
Eggs are pretty pot champ.
Outrun. As far as like non-animal meat, that's really more of like these people with their perverted sexual jokes, like, "Oh, you're consuming that meat," and they're gonna be all dumb about it. So I'm like, yeah, animal products. That's what I mean by meat.
Okay with animal products, just, you know, eating dead animals. That's
Yeah, I like
that
eating
kind
dead
of-
dead
yeah.
animals. Yeah.
Dead
Also,
animal?
vegetarian.
And yeah, I'm fine with people eating meat. Just 'cause- I'm fine with people eating meat. In many ways, I kind of like. I respect meat eaters more than vegetarians. Because a lot of vegetarians I just think are massive hypocrites.
Even though you're a vegetarian yourself.
Yes. Because, you know, like, you know, they're sort of like, say, like, well, they're very pro-animal and they don't want to eat animals because, you know, that. But I kind of think it's hypocritical if you're a vegetarian and you're pro-abortion. It kind of just, it's very contradictory. It seems a bit stupid.
You need to eat the fetuses. Then you'll have at least a self-contained, non-contradictory position.
Quite the modest proposal you have there.
Yeah, I wouldn't condone that, no.
But at least it's consistent.
No. What I'm saying is like, you know, you're pro-life. Like, you want to save animal lives. You're big on wanting to save animal lives, but you don't want to save human lives. That just seems so...
Cannibalism.
No.
Outrun,
I think what the Ukrainians really need at this point is soy.
Need more soy in their diet. Y'all are eating enough tofu.
Here we go. Let's watch Sears' message. Here.
I hope I pushed the right button, my dear brother.
It would save the Earth. Well,
What a
Earth is
very
fucked.
interesting device you
Let's
have.
go to Alpha Centauri. I think it's far
I'm
away
not
enough.
erasing anything important, am I? Remember, he is preparing. Take only one page, my dear brother.
That's kind of one thing I find appealing about Myst. How, like, it's this, you know, it's this secluded family, and then they have their own separate worlds, like literal worlds completely separate from Earth, and yet they still can't avoid problems. So it's like, you think that you can just... You think that you can just be like, oh, well, there's this political problem and a political solution. If you could just get your way, everything would be peachy, hunky-dory. No. There's problems everywhere.
Yeah. But about Alpha Centauri, Shady, if you want to do it vicariously, there is that game Sid Meier's Alpha Centauri, which,
Yeah?
you know, it's not adventure, it's a strategy game, but it's sort of like it's sort of like a sequel to Civilization, where it's all these, like this. I think there was like maybe a catastrophe which was going to wipe out Earth, or I don't know if things were just bad, and so the ship decided to leave. Well, they have this ship, colony ship that goes to Alpha Centauri, and in the period that it took the
About 4.5 light
to
years
get
away,
there,
right? Sorry.
something like that. But I think like it took quite like maybe a few decades or centuries.
Well,
to
yeah,
get there.
because you
I'm
don't
not too
go the
sure.
speed of light. I'm just trying
Yeah.
to... I just need to
Yeah.
continually prove to people that although I am very drunk, I'm not incoherent. I just need to kind of remind people, like, I am capable to a sufficient capacity.
So
ahead.
basically, there's this whole population on board, and they've basically fragmented along the lines of how they want to run this society. They all decide they're going to land separately and have this war to determine which ideology should prevail. So there's there's Gaia's daughters who believe that the planet should be just nurtured and kept in its pristine state. You have the peacekeepers who just want peace. You have the Spartans who are just like this extremely militaristic society. You have the communists. You have who else? You have the economists who believe, just in money and extreme capitalism. Then you have the technology people who just, believe technology is all the answers. And I've never really gotten that far with it, but it's just really interesting, just all these different groups who've just gotten stuck in like, no, military's the way forward. No, money's the way forward. No, environmentalism's the way forward. No,
I
communism's the
like
way
money.
forward. No, technology.
I also like
I
my
know.
video games.
Yeah.
But I
It's-
think I like money, but because it buys me
Yeah.
games.
But it's just, it's kind of like what you're talking about, though. You're saying like, oh, let's go to Alpha Centauri because the Earth sucks. But no, they get to Alpha Centauri and they still have the same problems because they just have radically different ideas about how this new civilization should work. And that in itself is interesting. And there's, already aliens there, and it's
What do you think about money, Moss? Do you like money?
I like enough money, but not lots and lots of money. I just want enough money to live a comfortable life and be able to buy all the stuff I want. I don't necessarily want to be a millionaire.
lots of money. I want your money. Hold on. Let me put this.
You're
Well, you-
getting my money.
Yeah, I'm subscribing, Shady.
I know.
Twitch charged me $47 a couple of days ago for me to continue not getting ads on your videos.
Really? I appreciate it. I need to find a way to pay that back, but also still get money. I don't know. I'm just looking for a money joke because it's funny to joke about money. Let me play Akinar's. No, Akinar's not. He's the violence kid, not Sirius. Sirius is the money kid. All right, I'll be back.
Yeah.
My friend.
But I'll be back. I'm gonna listen to this guy.
Bring in the blue pages. I see. Convinced Sirius is guilty. Pray, do not release him. He will destroy me just as he did. Innocent bystander. I've been wrongly tricked into imprisonment. You have observed his unbridled lust for riches.
These are such metal lines. I'm
More
serious.
words. Gruesome plot. It was almost perfect. Final blow to father. You tricked him into believing that it was I who was the murderer. I didn't murder father. Bring me the remaining. Please. Liar. All in a liar. Must not be free. Remaining blue pages from the last age of Myst. I must be free. You must free me. I cannot bear it here for eternity. Free me.
So, one final coin toss, Shady.
What is? No, I mean we can toss a coin if you want to play a game, but there's only one age left, so there's nothing to determine.
Well, we could do a coin toss. Just like if it's tails, we flip again. If it's head, we go to mechanical. Just to pad this out.
All right, so we could do like if it's heads, Moss has to like be quiet and let Sarah talk about money or whatever we were talking about. Where's my? I actually lost my nickel. Where is it?
A nickel
it
is
is here.
5 cents, or is that a dime?
That's amazing.
now?
You don't know.
So
This
yeah,
is-
yeah. Do you like money, Sarah?
Money is pretty pop, yeah.
All right. Which you prefer, money or women?
Ooh,
Women.
All right.
women
I'm
are
with Sarah
pretty nice.
Shady.
What?
Yeah, we both prefer women to money. So
Well, now hold on. That's a false dichotomy. Cause like,
Shady
If you
speaks
ha-
about women.
if
and
you
money.
have the money, you can get the women.
Yeah, that's what
I'm the
Monty does,
first
so.
person to have ever discovered this, I assure you. So I'm gonna flip this in the air. What did you want it to be? It's on the floor. I haven't looked at it yet.
So it means heads we go to mechanical, tails we flip again.
I lost it. No, seriously, where'd it go? Oh, it's right here.
Yeah, Shady's doing the Wojak pointing. It's like,
I'm
where's
seriously,
the coin
I haven't
gone?
looked at it yet. I haven't looked at it yet. So this is the same side. It's on camera. I have not looked at which side is up, which side is up. This is the side that was up. What is that? That's a tails. What does that mean?
Tails means you flip again.
Where did it go? It's right here. Is it the same rule? Tails flips again?
Yep, and heads is mechanical.
Again, you've seen me on camera. I have not looked at it. What time? What is this? Can you see that?
Not yet.
Looks like tails.
Yeah, it's definitely
that's
tails.
tails
So we gotta
again.
flip again.
Yeah, we gotta flip again. Yeah.
All right. I have not looked at it. You can tell I have not looked at it. What does this say?
I can't see it yet, Shady.
That
Too
looks
much
like a
buffering.
head.
All right, head.
There's-
Then we go to mechanical.
All right.
There's Tommy.
So Matthew, which do you prefer? So Matthew, which do you prefer?
We're asking whether you prefer
money or women. Do you prefer?
money or women. It depends on
prefer
what point in
Matthew?
your life you're at.
No, I'm asking Matthew.
Money can buy many peanuts. Bet you could get a lot of women with peanuts.
Yeah.
Yeah, women like peanuts. That's for sure. Wait, what?
This is such a weird stream.
I
can't
know, but
believe
you said it
Christmas
was
not
very
here.
profound. No, I mean, I'll pour my heart out and say all sorts of stupid shit I was keeping to myself if you wanted.
It's profound. It's profound. That's what makes it so interesting and strange. It's good. It's both hand in hand. So yeah, oh, you gotta get Matthew.
Fun fact,
edit.
when I re-recorded the Real Myst LP, the high definition version I put up in 2019, I actually really thought deeply about which direction I went around the elevator, both toward this side and back. That is a true story.
That's awesome.
So like, think about it. Okay, so I'll
It's
tell
like,
you this.
It's like a fork in life.
Yeah, it is. So this true story you could look at. I don't remember what I decided on, but I thought about this. So when you step forward here, you can turn right or you can turn left. So like, do you go around clockwise or do you turn around counterclockwise? Or I think that you English people call it anti-clockwise, right?
Yes.
So there are 4 combinations. You can either go clockwise around and then clockwise back, clockwise around, anti-counterclockwise back, and then the other 2 combinations, right? Can I get an amen? Can I get some acknowledgement I said something? So when I walk
Interesting,
around
yeah,
to the
yeah.
back side, I can go, when I walk from the book side to the key side, I can go clockwise or I can go anti-clockwise. So there are 2 choices here, just like the coin flip, and then I can coin flip the other way back.
All right.
So there's 4
Did you use
combinations.
a coin flip
No.
for the real Myst? All right.
No, what I did in the remake is what I made sure that in my first 4 trips, and you can verify this, that I did those 4 combinations in my first 4 trips. That's the level of detail that I was paying attention. That's my autistic nerdiness showing. I put it. It's been there the whole time, and I've been just like I would never have told anyone, but I'm telling you now because like I just need that release. Because when I step out of the
That's a
like,
good story.
I'm like, which way do I go? And I'm like, oh, I need a balance because it's a different experience to the game depending on which way I go.
I think what Cyan needs to do with the next remake is bring some paths, so it's only possible to go one way around the elevator,
Yeah.
or the lift as we call it.
Yeah.
So we don't have to have these deeply thought-provoking moments. We can just get on with our lives. Not that I'm criticizing you, but you know, it's like, yeah, that would be one solution.
So here's
The
another
way-
thing that's unfair. We're not listening to Outrun.
Yeah. That's what I was thinking. You know, we tried coin flipping Sarah for Matthew, and she just said no.
Just a blanket no. No.
Money is losing value a lot. Women are overrated. Interesting. So you're talking about one is moving in the wrong direction, the other is inherently in the wrong spot. That's oh man. Do I need to look up the code for the mechanical gears again?
When
No,
I say I
think
prefer
I
women to
saw it.
money, what I mean is I women generally, not just women to, you know, have relations with, just women generally.
Yeah.
But, you know, I prefer Sarah to money, you know. We have a platonic relationship. You know, she finds me scary. I don't know.
She's hung around though.
Yeah. Well, yeah, I'm sorry, Matthew. I still think it's probably more likely I'm going to get a hug out of it than you will. So,
What was that? I didn't catch that.
I think it's more likely I'm going to get a hug out of Sarah than Matthew will. At this point.
I don't think that's up to Sarah. I think that's up to your PM or whoever.
Yeah, by Premiere, yeah. I'd still say I'm more likely. I'm not saying it would happen, but I'm talking about probabilities. Like, I say, yeah, I'm more likely than Matthew. I don't know. I'm not saying that's what I'm after. I'm just saying that in terms of probability, I think Matthew's probably going to be disappointed.
Oh, because you're just trying to, whatever your value is, even if it was like 4%, it would still be Matthew, I see.
Yeah. I don't know. Maybe Sarah doesn't even like hugs. I don't know.
So speaking of Sarah, do you know the combination to the clock tower?
I just saw it, dude. Yeah.
What is it?
240?
Okay. Just making sure. I mean, I can be
do I get a sticker on my
absolutely,
chest?
I mean, I don't even do like weed and stuff, but I could be high and be like, dude, it's 240. I know, everybody knows
It's
that.
alright. Sarah knew it was 240, so therefore she doesn't have to go out with Matthew. Sorry,
I'm not
Matthew.
high, I'm
Oh,
just
that was
hungry.
that was the punishment.
Yeah. Although technically, you know, Matthew's not like other men, so it could work.
See, I made quick work of that because why am I in a rush all of a sudden? There aren't enough trees on. There aren't enough trees on the later Myst Islands.
Yeah. I say after this we go to Real Myst 2000 and do Rhyme there, so we get the full experience.
That's fine. I can do that for you, Moss. I'd feel bad for Myst Lover, who has since signed off. Who has loved that game more than any other person.
Alright, well we have to do Real Myst Masterpiece Edition then, because we've got to play Rhyme some.
So first of all, the combination here is 2851. 1, 2. Oh, look at that. See, I'm a speedrunner too. But
I don't remember the numbers. I just remember the shapes.
No, I don't remember the shape. I just remember the numbers because numbers are easy because numbers are color coordinated, right? So.
I find the shapes easier to remember.
No, numbers are easy because they're.
No. It's easier for you, but I have a different brain to you, Shady.
That's true. I have a weird brain.
Yes, you do, and
Which is why I need to continually articulate.
Coming out. We've seen the weird brain coming out here.
You like my weird brain. That's why you're here.
Yeah, exactly. And you know, everyone else went to bed.
I don't know. We got a baker's dozen people watching, so.
Yeah. No, isn't a baker's dozen 13?
Yes?
Yes? I don't know what it says for you, but that's what it says for me.
It says 12, yeah.
Oh, because you're behind because you're on Australian internet. I didn't know that was a thing, but you told me it was, so.
I mean, what was your speed? It's like 400 kilobits per second download, was it? Sorry? 400 megabits per second? Which is like 20 times what I have.
Yes, but to address what Outrun is saying, I am both happy and saddened by what he's saying because it's so close. 3 is green, 4 is purple, resonates with my soul, but that also means that was manufactured by corporations, which means that my perception of numbers and color reality is entirely artificial and created by corporatists, which is very saddening and maddening. Why can't I click on this and descend down the stairs? Here we go. I don't know any mechanism to open this up.
Almost true. I'm getting 8 megabits upload rate.
Yeah, they still get faster download than upload, but
yeah,
it's still like it feels weirdly slow. Kind of like how this is a silver bar, and so like Australians are still doing like silver bars while we're doing gold bars.
I think Bhutan is the slowest internet. They still have, I think it's like 33.6 kilobits. You know, so it's still dial-up from like 1992 America.
Bootarded? Who?
Bhutan? You know Bhutan?
Oh, Bhutan.
Yeah. I want to go to Bhutan one day. That would be interesting. I want to go there and just be like the main character in a sitcom.
You still down for meeting up sometime, Moss?
Yeah. We just have to, you know. Well, I've got to be able to get out of the country first, which I'll see what happens.
I mean, I have actually shit on Australia a lot only because we've been talking about our deepest desires on that deeper level. I feel like I would actually love to go to Australia.
Yeah.
I don't know if you've ever heard me say that. Have you ever heard me say that?
I've never, ever heard you say that. But,
I will say it now. I would have loved to, which is why I shit on it, because I'm disappointed in it. And I've known that I've known for years that I should be disappointed in it.
Yeah.
I will tell you one reason. I will tell you one reason why I would love to go to Australia that has nothing to do with you guys, that has no credit to you guys. But even as a teenager, I've always been fascinated with astronomy, and I'm like, I'd love to go to the southern hemisphere. They've got the southern stars that have like a completely different. You guys can see stars that I can never see, right? Now, that's not much, but that is something that I have cared about in the past. And I know there's more there, like Australia is well known for the Australian outback. I've always found it fascinating, you know, listening to you guys talk because you sound so British, but you also do it with a southern accent. Australia has always sounded like a really fascinating place to be. I've actually really loved the idea of going there, but I've also
I'll
known
you out, Ron. Sorry, go on,
I've
Shady.
also known you guys have been on the wrong track, but also we in the US have also been on the wrong track. Honestly, like the whole Western Hemisphere has been kind of lost its way, as I articulated in the Indiana Jones stream more precisely than I can right now. But I say these kind of denigrating things only because I wish things were better.
Yeah.
Things could be so cool. As they are, they're moderately cool. But man, they could be so much cooler.
That's overly optimistic on your part, Shady. I wouldn't quite frame it as good as that.
Well, I'm drinking, and I want to drink a little more, but I also have to pee. But this might be it for me tonight. This half thing. Go ahead, say your thing, say your piece. We're on our last age, and also I know how to leave, so we're very close to finishing the game. So, what did you want to add to that?
I'm happy to keep going for another hour or two, if you want, but it's up to you. I do. Yeah, I mean, I'm personally just very disappointed. I mean, what really shocked me is that I never thought I'd ever see the day when I would legally not be allowed in a restaurant because I disagreed with certain scientific opinions, which technically aren't scientific opinions because they're being imposed, which is not how science works. It's all about free debate. So that has.
I told you, and I said it on the. You didn't see me when I said it on the Cube stream. I don't remember if that one was here. I remember Sarah was here about the descriptions, prescription things, but that's exactly what you're saying.
Yeah.
That science is supposed to be descriptive. But it's kind of become prescriptive, which, I mean, prescriptions are, I don't want to denigrate that entirely either, because that's how we interact. Prescriptions are how we interact with the world.
That's
otherwise, without prescriptions, everything's entirely deterministic. Without descriptions, everything's entirely utopian and unrealistic. And humanity has always struggled between the balance between the two. I personally do hedge more on the descriptive side as you do. I think others sometimes more reasonably, sometimes more unreasonably hedge on the prescriptive side. I don't know. It's hard. And it's led to a lot of it leads to a lot of problems either way. And I say these things and I realize when I just get these existential crises in the middle of a stream at random times where I'm like, oh shit, where do I go from here? I don't even know. But yeah, it's I know where you're coming from. It's a lot of things that I think that people are trying to do, you know, what they think is the right thing, but sometimes it seems a bit more nefarious than that, doesn't it?
Well, I think there's a certain group of people who are nefarious because they want control, but there's a certain group, there's a much larger segment of people who've just been stirred up into this intense state of fear that they're just thinking, oh, it's all right if we compromise on our values in this respect because this will allow us to get over this thing which, you know, is the one thing we're worried about right now. But if you start compromising on your values, everything falls apart. That's like the thing, that's what like is being said about traditionalism. Traditionalism solves the problems that you never knew you had because they've been solved for so long, and if you start picking that apart, you move the rock, and all these ugly things come out. And I think that's what's happening, unfortunately. Is
And
that
so
we're regressing.
my position has always
People
been that
are-
humanity does
yeah.
not have one moral compass, it has two.
Yeah. Yeah.
And I mean, if you understand, even when you have magnets, you know, and how if you got one moral, if you got one more, God, I can't talk. One magnetic compass that everything can just kind of be sucked into, everything becomes very simple. But if you have two poles, everything becomes very complex because things can get kind of caught in the middle. And I think that that's where we've kind of found ourselves. And different people are in kind of different spots, kind of caught in the middle there. And this feels very pseudo-intellectual without my ability to articulate it, but forgive me, I'm drunk, but I've thought about this more when I'm not drunk. But I think that even my sober self would agree with this point. It's not even that I'm just drunk. Now it's been fucking 10 hours since I've eaten anything. So now I'm drunk and hungry, and I still have half a drink to consume, which is only gonna make things worse. And I gotta go to the bathroom. But I still want to try to make things as coherent as I possibly can. Which is gonna be hard. This music is fitting, isn't it? But yeah, humanity has two moral compasses. And I think that's important to understand. And I think different people care about one more than the other, depending on their own circumstances. And I've had kind of an interesting point to navigate those two because I've met people from all over the world through this channel, which I wouldn't trade for anything in the world. You know, we joke about money and women and all these other things. It's like, no, I got what I want right here.
And Matthew?
And Matthew, yeah, I wouldn't trade Matthew for anyone. I'll be right back.
All right. You still there, Sarah?
Yeah, I'm just thinking about what Shady was saying.
Yeah.
Hello.
Oh, you're back.
Hi.
Okay.
Hi. What was I saying?
Talking about prescriptive versus descriptive and two different poles.
Well, you
And
were
how we
saying
want-
you were saying something else about just, how it's affected your country and how you I mean, it's obviously restricted your rights and your ability to live your life as you see fit. I mean, yeah, I don't know. I really I love where I love where I live. I love my homeland. I love I mean, I know that there are a lot of worse places, but at the same time I think that just a lot of the world events have gotten me to think like, man, I'd love to expand my horizons too. I'm not nearly as traveled as I should be. I would love to go to Australia, but I can't now because you guys have not sorted yourselves out.
Well, you're allowed into the country. It's just you have to be vaccinated first, which I consider to be fuck off territory. So.
That's
Sorry, I shouldn't swear, but that gets me angry.
It is the opposite spirit of what was once deemed a very essential core part of civilization, which was self-determination of the individual.
Yeah. I know. The problem is that there's not really an opt-out because to get on a plane and leave the country, you have to be vaccinated. So that's a stupid thing. It's not like they've said, okay, we've decided to be Australian now. You have to be vaccinated. There's no way for me to say, all right, well, I'm not down with that. What's my other option? They've said, no, that's it. Get vaccinated. That's it.
Right. It's not about the vaccination per se. It's about the fact that there's no self-determination. It's that the experts have decided how society will function.
And there's also the fact that informed consent is a fundamental part of both medicine and science. If you take that away, you're fundamentally turning science into something immoral. Because, I've had it before, context where, I've wanted people to participate in my research. I know it's going to be a benefit to them, and I know it's going to be a benefit to society for them to join, but they don't want to do it. And if they don't want to do it, that's it. It's their choice. It doesn't matter about the benefits, the disbenefits. It's purely their decision. And that's something that's very important.
Right, and so there's a disagreement that's baked into that social fabric.
Yeah.
And that's why I think, even though I think that, you and I and Sarah all have disagreements, like, we can still get along because there's a core part of autonomy that's respected on all fronts that I think is kind of deemed to be more important. That I think that if that, there's some level of, obviously, there's some degree of, what's the right or wrong decision, but there's also some degree of, this or that or it's your choice. And, this or that may not be the right decision, but also this is your choice. And I think that if too much of that is outsourced into, this is the way that your country is, the experts in your country have decided everyone has to do, then you've kind of taken that away from that. And I think that that's where things start falling apart.
I think the other big thing is, once the elevator stops, is that there's this, the politicians in particular saying, well, this is what the science is telling. This is what the chief medical officer is saying we should do. Therefore, this is what we should do. And it's such a massive deflection because it's sort of like saying, okay, we're doing these horrible things, but it's not our decision. It's just because that's what we've been told must be done. We're following the science. And I am slightly hopeful that, because so much has been done in this pandemic, which is, immoral and against human rights laws, especially in terms of, vaccine mandates, I guess quarantining people who aren't sick, that type of thing. I'm hoping that if there is like another Nuremberg, the thing that will get out of it is, last time it was, I was only following orders, was determined to not be an excuse. That set a precedent. The precedent this time should be that I was only following the science is also not an excuse. It doesn't matter what scientists tell you. You can't deflect for that. You have to respect human rights.
That's a really interesting conflict. Description of the conflict that I think a lot of people are experiencing right now.
Apparently, Churchill said once that once the elevator stops.
It's not that long of a ride. Yeah, go ahead.
So Churchill apparently once said that scientists should be kept on tap, not on top. So you keep them around to give advice, but you just don't follow what they say because you have to take it into account with everything else. So yeah, I mean, it's put me in a weird position because, I'm a computer scientist, and yet I'm very skeptical as a scientist, and I'm also a bit of a Luddite. And I guess that just comes from, being in science and looking at science very deeply, and also looking at technology very deeply, and just looking at certain technologies and saying, no.
Right, because everything's ultimately traceable back to the axioms. Yeah.
Yeah. So, yeah. I don't know, we'll see what happens. I'm optimistic that things will get better, but like I said earlier in the stream, I'd feel a lot more confident and happier if Alex Jones said, yes, things are going to get better.
Yeah, there's some argument to be made that things will get better, but it'll take a generation because, the whole fourth turning argument, which I found very fascinating. I've been seeing that more and more in the political space, but the first person who exposed me to the idea of the fourth turning was J.B. Lewis. Do you know who J.B. Lewis is?
I do not, Shady.
He's a follower of mine. He's just somebody that was that follows my YouTube, and he's just like, hey, this is maybe what's going on. So
is this Civic Paradox or?
No, this is an actual follower of mine.
No, but how far back are we going?
Was it? Had to have been 2020. Even though he's been following for a while.
It's the thing for me with it's when we talk about like turnings or whatever, and like periods of like where there's massive hardship and adversity.
Mm-hmm.
I think back to my grandfathers and sort of what the adversity they faced because it was World War II. My father's father having to flee his own country on foot because his country was being invaded, and therefore you have to leave or you die. And then my other...
Oh, I know, you were saying. Yeah, there's a lot of argument to what we think is bad. Is it really that bad? But also a lot of what we think is bad is not even about how things are currently, but rather
that
what
was the point I was trying to
are
make.
you setting, for the future. Oh, wow.
I'm just thinking, it's just...
expected.
I sort of finding that, this is a period of adversity, but it's just so different to what my grandfather's experienced. It's just very hard to compare. I mean, obviously my life's not in any immediate danger, but at the same time, it's like, okay, how's this going to go? Is this comparable to what they went through in any respect?
But in some ways it's scarier, right? Because
Yeah.
if you understand the point of social control, social engineering of, dare I say, tyranny,
Is that a bit like what Noam Chomsky talked about before he
it's
became a part of it?
never about your suffering, it's about my control.
Yeah.
And so if I'm some aspiring tyrant, I'm even happier if you are a comfortable slave than an uncomfortable slave. Because I may be able to keep that game up even longer. So it's not so much about the amount of direct suffering. Like, it's easy to get in your mind this idea of, the obvious evil, twisted mustache, dictator.
Or toothbrush mustache.
Yeah, that just clearly wants
Yeah.
bad things for you because he's a bad person. But what's trickier is to understand that such a person would actually rather you be comfortable in their control of your life.
Well, that's Klaus Schwab in a nutshell, isn't it?
It is. That's exactly what I'm saying.
Yeah.
It's not just about, and it shouldn't be undermined. It shouldn't be, understated. Death tolls of tyrants past. But also don't understate your own predicament, where you can be caught in a comfortable state of tyranny, where you may not be experiencing this mass famine and death, but you've outsourced the decision-making process to some detached cabal of elites or whatever that have kept you in a perpetual state of no longer being able to be in self-determination in the way that your ancestors always wanted you to have. So that's always been the game, is to understand that these conflicts are not 100% diametrically opposed. That they kind of meet obliquely. That the interests kind of, they are definitely contrary, because control is always it's impossible for two different entities to control the same thing, right? Either I control this thing or you do, or neither of us do, but we cannot both control the same thing, right? Even control of my mouse cursor. You cannot have two entities in control of my mouse cursor, right?
Without there being chaos.
Right, like if it becomes chaos, then nobody's in control of it. That's what I mean. There's no such thing as two people are in control of it. And so when you understand that, and you understand that battle for that kind of control means that when you understand that fundamental control cannot be shared, and that's the actual thing that people value, and that, therefore true tyranny is when that is centralized in the hands of, of the few, and really no matter what the decisions are made. you understand that things don't have to be such, not to disrespect huge casualties of conflicts past, but if the goal has always been to seize that control, then don't underestimate how bad your situation is when that control is wrested away from you.
Very.
Even if you don't have the death toll, which could still happen because, who knows what's going to emerge from the Ukraine situation or whatever. To understand that those things emerge from the fact that the battle was always about that control in the first place, and therefore that control is, control over your own life or someone else's control over your life. That's always been the point from the start. You never want to underestimate how important that level of self-determination is.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I think that we're in as difficult times as anyone in kind of a weird way. I remember, I think it was C.S. Lewis that kind of made this argument about, the problem of pain, about how, you could look at, the death tolls of millions in a war or whatever. There's really nothing greater than, there's nothing actually greater than the life of one individual, right? Like, things don't add up as cumulatively as that sounds like it does. I mean, I'm sure he actually made the argument profoundly unlike me, but damn, this got deep and dark. What the hell did that come from? What? This is supposed to be silly. We're supposed to talk about, like, money.
It's like Matthew has left now.
Yeah, I don't know. It's just like there's what the battle is fought over versus like what the casualty of war is, and those are kind of two different things, but yeah. And you kind of don't want to lose sight of one over the other. Still there, Sarah?
Yeah, I'm still there. I'm still thinking.
And Matthew's still here. All right, so good. Everybody's here and everybody's talking. Now everybody shut up because we got to hear Sears' long monologue.
All right.
You finally returned. I owe you a debt of gratitude, for you have nearly released me. My name is Sirius. I trust that from your explorations you've become convinced that my wicked brother Hangout is guilty, and I am innocent. It is I who am wrongly imprisoned here. Imprisoned by my father. I don't know who you are, or how you came to this island, but I assume you must at least know something of the books. It was father who was a master of the books. He wrote hundreds of them, all describing and linking to the fantastic places and ages which he had discovered. The room in which you now stand was our father's library. It was here, in this room, on this island named Myst, that he housed most of these books. But such a waste. By now, you have surely discovered that Achenar has burnt and mutilated most of these books. Why? Our father was always watchful of our explorations. age, we grew up under his strict supervision. But when we came of age, he gave us unbridled access to the Myst books. He began to leave our adventures more and more unchecked. Unsupervised as we were, my brother began to become disturbed. He began to take more from the Myst ages than he had given. Soon he gained a twisted pleasure from the conquest and destruction of the other ages. It was horrific. His thirst for destruction. But alas, even I discovered his insanity too late. He had completely destroyed all of the Myst ages but 4. I wasted no time. In warning my father, I thought he would recognize Akhenot's guilt.
Come here, buddy.
But in a fit of rage, he imprisoned both my brother and myself within the pages of these books, designed to hold us until he could judge which of us was guilty. To discover the truth, our father embarked on one final chapter. However, he has never returned. I can only assume that he perished along the way, leaving me, an innocent victim, trapped forever. But now, you are here to release me. Listen carefully. You must find one more page and I will be forever free. There is a book on the shelves. In this library, which is mostly burned but has a few pages still intact. It is the last book on the middle shelf. Find it. This book is filled with a variety of patterns. Find pattern 158 and recreate it on the door of the fireplace. This will bring you to the last red page. Bring that page to me, and I will finally be released, and able to reward you, of course. Ignore the blue page. That page finishes my brother's book. It chills me to even think what would happen if you were to release him. There is another warning. Where the red and blue pages reside, also resides a green book. If you touch the green book, you also will be imprisoned forever. Our father gave us this same warning long ago. I suggest you follow his advice. Go now. Soon we will be face to face. You don't yet have the final page.
Nope.
You must not have understood my directions.
Oh, I've understood them
Find
perfectly.
pattern 158 in the last book on the middle shelf. Enter it into the fireplace and bring the red page to me. Hurry. And don't touch the blue page of the green book.
All right. Yeah?
So the blue page in mechanical now. Probably the easiest to pick up and come back, isn't it? Compared to all the
Indeed.
other.
That's the way
Yeah,
the
maybe
coin flip
mechanical
went.
was-
I've never done this last. It feels weird.
But in many
Joey,
ways,
you can-
mechanical makes sense to do last.
As from a speedrunner's perspective, or what?
Just, you know, so you know you're tired at the end, so it's nice and easy not having to go through all these convoluted methods to get to the book like other.
Well,
Pages.
Selenitic would be the worst. Yeah.
Yeah. As much as I love the Maze Runner, it is a bit annoying.
Northwest, east. Oh my god, I'm drunk. Northwest, northeast, east, south, southwest, turning south, southwest, west, west. Northwest, northeast, north, turning east, southeast. Okay. I can't. This is hard. Found it. right. I meant this. But also this. Joey, where'd you go? Come here. What were we talking about? I think we said something profound.
About, well, we're talking about conflicts and, you know, control versus casualties.
Yeah, so like there's the casualties of whatever somebody's trying to attain, but then there's also like, what if they could attain it without any conflict whatsoever? And it's like, well, if they took it without any resistance, then maybe it wouldn't make history, but that's still a tragedy if they just went and took it.
Yeah.
And this is the problem, like, you have to look at these conflicts in these kind of, through these multiple facets, how, you know, these major wars that develop and so forth are these big resistances that are put forward, but it's not about that fundamentally. It's the fact that certain people want to take control, and if that's taken without resistance, that doesn't make it any less of a tragedy. In some ways, it makes it more of one. If a certain amount of control is taken without resistance, it's not going to make history. It's like, oh, you know, you got 1 million casualties or whatever, because nobody ever even fought it. But that was always the point. Whether there was going to be a war with casualties to take that control, or there was no war simply because nobody put up a fight, that control that's the crux of the issue. These are half-baked ideas in my head that I'm not articulating right now because I've been drinking all night, but yeah, I think that I've said enough about that. It's just, it's hard to measure the real tragedy when you can't. I mean, I just feel like there are just things that are just hard to measure there. I don't know.
Yes.
Because, yeah, there are intangibles there.
Let's not get into that, Matthew. That's just an even more depressing subject.
Yeah, the Biden and the war in Ukraine. Yeah, I mean, the thing is, and I've been saying this since 2020, we're not living in political times. We're living in historical times. I actually think that as polarized, there's a lot of censorship. There's a lot of, it's not even just the censorship. That's a symptom of a deeper problem that I think we've had a deeper interpersonal problem that we've had, where we've been unable to talk about difficult subjects with each other, which is one reason why I've loved you guys, because I think that we've been able to at least have a certain camaraderie with each other, despite our differences, that we're not beholden to that same cultural degeneracy where we just can't talk about anything. We kind of don't want to, only because we want to preserve the good times, but I think that also what's going to happen over time, I think that history is cyclical. I think even though there has been censorship, even though there has been a lot of escalation, I think that people are going to kind of want there's going to be a calm, there's going to be some seeking for answers, there's going to be some more open discussion that's going to be able to take place. Maybe that sounds crazier than anything Alex Jones has ever said, but I do think that there's gonna be, in that cycle of history, I do think that people are gonna be more, I think these things are just gonna kind of, I mean, I know there have been empires that have lasted hundreds of years, in which case nobody's ever been allowed to talk about anything. I don't think that's how we are in the West. I don't think that's That's just who we are. I think that things will... I feel a little, dare I say, in my drunken state, ahead of the curve. I think that things are going to be... We're not there yet as a culture, but we will get there in the coming years where people will be sick of the polarization and the lack of transparency, the lack of being able to talk about anything, and we'll just, you know, there's going to be because I think that's what happens after World War II, and I think that after 4 generations, you tend to have these cycles. You know, you have that hero generation or whatever. Believe it or not, you know, whatever it is, look up the fourth turning, whatever it is. If you're born between 1982 and 1999 or whatever it is, believe it or not, you're in the hero generation. We're the ones that are supposed to set things right. I don't know. I'm sick of boomers controlling politics. We're going to outlive the boomers, believe it or not. There's going to be an era of politics with no boomers. That almost sounds weird, doesn't it?
Well, that would mean our parents would be dead, Shady. That wouldn't be nice.
Did you say that would be nice or that wouldn't be nice?
That wouldn't be nice. That's the thing about losing the boomers, that we'd all lose our parents. That would.
Yeah, but it's going to happen. I mean, even if we're 60 years old, like, it's going to happen.
Yeah, we're not all like Prince Charles, who loses his first parent at 73.
Yeah, I'm just saying that turning of history is going to happen.
Yeah. But I don't know if the generation now is going to improve anything.
Believe it or not, I think so. I think that I think that people are... Or let's put it this way. Let's see if I'm wrong. I'll be happy to be stupid. Let's listen to Akanar being drunk.
Hello, I'm Akanar. I'm glad to see that you've returned to help me escape from my wrongful imprisonment. He was Cirrus who did this to me. Cirrus, my wicked brother. Do not listen to him. I warn you. He's a liar. Do not be persuaded by his evil lies. Do not believe him. He killed my father. He will kill you. Began when my brother Cirrus began to lust for riches. He stole from the ages of Myst. He hoarded riches for himself. My father slipped away his watchfulness. My sick brother secretly pronounced himself king. King of the ages of Myst, he said. He began to look upon me in disgust. His lowly brother. He did him. And then Cirrus began to destroy the ages of Myst. He burned their forest. He tore down their structures. He flooded their lands. He murdered their inhabitants. He destroyed all but 4 of the ages. Of course, I had to warn father. When I finally found him, there was Cirrus also, talking cleverly. The lying tongue of a serpent. He had convinced father that it was I who destroyed the ages. He convinced father that it was I who was greedy for wealth and plunder. And Cirrus dealt the final blow. He tricked father into believing that I was the murderer. But Cirrus did not deal as fast a blow as he planned. And his father died a slow death. He at last doubted my brother's clever lies, and so in dying, father imprisoned us both. Unsure from which of us the blow had come. I swear to you what I say is true. Release me. You must release me. My brother is a deceitful liar and deserves punishment. I only wish vengeance for my dear father. His murder. Believe me. You must only recover one additional page to release me from this prison. It's the easiest to find. Go to the bookshelf. It's in this library. On the far right side of the middle shelf, there's a burned book, which is different from the other burned books. This book is filled with patterns. Find pattern 158. Mimic its design on the panel in the fireplace. Doing this will bring you to the last blue page. Remember, take the red page. Only the blue page. Return quickly to me. And do not touch the green book. It's a clever trap to imprison those who have not been warned. Do not be tempted, or you will rot and die, imprisoned as I am. I tell you, if you follow my instructions, it will be well worth your while. I promise you that. Go. Go. You're wasting my time and yours. Just go to the last book, the middle shelf. Put pattern 158 into the fireplace. There's no reason to waste time. Just get the blue page. Leave everything else there.
When Ecuador is finished, can you talk about descriptive versus what it is prescriptive? So let's see how well I can do this. And I want to do it in a way that doesn't alienate people, because that's actually important to me. And if it does, call me out on it. So descriptive means to write, meaning, like this. Descriptive, out of or from. You can think of it to mean to write after. Prescriptive is to write before. So we as human beings have two different mental maps of the world. You have a mental map of the world that is what you think it currently is right now versus what you believe it ought to be. And the political positions can be divided based on which one you think dominates the other. So do you think that the prescriptions dominate the descriptions or the reverse? What that means is, do you think that how you think the world ought to be is more important than how the world is? Or do you think how the world is more important than what you personally think the world ought to be? And I think that is the best way to summarize what we typically colloquially define as left and right. If the left-wing position is prescriptive, that is that you internally, if you think that humanity decides its own destiny, you internally decide what the world ought to be, and anything that you think restricts that is regressive, and anything that prescribes what humanity ought to be would be progressive, whereas the descriptive paradigm would be you come up with first, let's get in touch with the external reality that sets constraints that limits our capabilities, and therefore it is most prudent to respond to that in kind. That is the actual root of the political difference. Should your mentality and your political action be in concert with reality, or should it be in creation of the reality you'd like to see? That's my drunken ass trying to come up with the idea with closed eyes. Sorry if that detached me from the moment, but I mean...
So, would descriptive be out coming in and prescriptive in coming out?
Yes.
So you start with so descriptive, you start with the world and build off that, and ascriptive, you build off what you think is how things should be, and then project that onto the world.
Right, and it's important to understand that everyone engages in both. Yeah. Everyone engages in both prescriptions and descriptions. The difference in ideologies is which one dominates the other. Which
Yeah.
one is more important? So if we are as a species rooted in reality, right? So I mean, the thing is, I mean, the thing that's valuable to me is the community I've built, and I don't want to divide us, but I know that Moss and Sarah have kind of different ideas of how this thing works, but it is, I think you two do have kind of different ideas of the description and prescriptions. So is gender fundamentally descriptive or prescriptive? I forgive my drunken ass for having to be so basic bitch about the thing. But is gender descriptive or prescriptive? I think one of you has one answer and the other has the other answer. So under each of your sets of assumptions, you would be right. I try to make sense of how each of you would think under your own sets of assumptions, and you'd be like, yeah, under that set of assumptions, that would flow naturally. Under your set of assumptions, that would also flow naturally. Like, you each have a cohesive worldview that makes sense under your own set of assumptions. Is that too much? I don't want to cross any lines because it's more important to me that we all get along. But I'm
I think
also
that's fair enough.
it's also I'm not very articulate right now, but I feel like so, like, on the gender lines, the description thing would be you're just, it's your gender is determined by nature, which means that human beings don't set the rules. Nature sets the rules, God sets the rules, whatever. And therefore, your best path forward is to just go along with that. So you want to align yourself with the constraints set forward by forces you have no control over. The prescriptive approach is the other side. It's that of expression. It's, no, internally, it's a social construct, and therefore, you set the rules. Let me try my best to say this.
You're doing fine, Shady.
The prescriptive approach is since it is a social construct, it's prescriptive within myself to determine the way I think it should be, and therefore it's no one else's business. And so the mental map of the descriptive is reality shapes us, the prescriptive is we shape reality, and therefore, if I feel prescriptively that this is the way things should be, then anything that is resistant to that is just an external, it's just other people kind of getting in my way in a way that isn't their business. Ugh, this is hard for me right now. Like, each side has, under their own set of assumptions, if true, it's not only logically consistent, but morally justified. Okay.
Put 148 so we can see the path of the shell code. We've already gone past.
Oh, you want to see it?
Yeah,
Yeah,
148.
like it is. It's really fascinating to me if each side's, because it's always about axioms, and under a certain set of axioms, each side can justify itself.
Funny thing is, though, is that from my reading of what you're saying, Shady, science and religion both fall on the descriptive side rather than the prescriptive side, which seems quite interesting. Because, you know, scientists believe in, you know, the constraints set by nature, and religion believes in the constraints set by God or gods. So
Yeah, the religious side is interesting because the idea is that man is descriptive because God is prescriptive. Yes. Now, there's an atheist. That's what another thing that's interesting about the atheistic views, because you can have a prescriptive atheism and you can have a descriptive atheism. So those. I'm surprised you guys are so patient with me when I get this drunk.
Well, it is fascinating. I know Sarah hasn't said anything for a while.
Yeah,
I
I
think she's just
really,
listening.
I always, every time I stream, it's genuine heart of hearts. It's like my priority is, I just love the community that we have, and I don't want to upset anyone, but I also want to be able to kind of articulate the roots of the disagreement because I find it fascinating. Which is why I've always hated kind of the direction of censorship of big tech and a lot of Western oligarchs and so on. But I mean, I wouldn't mind right now if, you know, Sarah wanted to, you know, intellectually wanted to kick my teeth in some way. That'd be fine. Like, as long as it was, you know, intelligent, I would take it, you know? Especially since I'm trying to... I get these moments where I kind of wake up where I'm like, shit, was I, like, passed out for the last 3 hours and... Did I just wake up? Like, shit, No, I mean this in my drunken way, like, not in terms of the political thing, but just like, have I been here the whole time? Moss?
Yeah, you've been here the whole time. I'm following everything you say. It's been all coherent up to this point, so...
Okay, so I haven't, like, because I feel like suddenly I do have these alcohol moments where I'm like, shit, did I just, like, pass out and wake up just now? No. Okay. I know it's more than everyone bargained for, but yeah. I don't know. Ultimately, we're all just kind of confronted with the tragedy that we all have a very limited existence. We only live some number of years, and we have a very limited knowledge and experience. And I don't know.
Well, I think that's good in a way, because it means that...
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah, so, you know, you're never going to know everything, so you have to be very selective about what you do in your life.
Right.
And also living for only 80 years, ideally, means that there's an incentive to actually get stuff done, which there wouldn't be if you lived for, 200 years or something.
So, yeah. I hope I haven't overstepped my bounds.
Well, it's all been fine for me, Shady. I can't comment on what Sarah thinks of it.
Yeah, I don't know. I've just always found the two topics just very interesting because under each set of assumptions, it's just, I mean, that's what, I talked about, a few hours ago about Dr. Thomas Sowell and, the fact that he first, I know it was the most recent book, his recent edition of
Are you going to save
Visions.
first, Shady?
What?
Are you going to save before you use the red or blue page?
Oh, sure, why not?
Yeah.
So there's
Sorry to interrupt your flow,
Dr.
but,
Thomas Sowell's book, A Conflict of Visions, the most recent edition in 2007 or something. The first one sometime in the 90s. The man himself is in his 90s. It's fascinating understanding how logically consistent the two visions of the world are, how they're transcendent throughout history. I mean, he's quoted guys from the 1700s.
He quoted any Greek philosophers?
No. Well, so the main guys he quotes somewhat, there's Jacques Rousseau in there, but there's also what's this guy, Godwin or somebody? That's the other guy with the unconstrained vision. But then the constrained vision, Edmund Burke, definitely. John Locke, I think, is briefly mentioned. I think Edmund Burke is the main guy. Just like, I forget the guy's first name. Godwin is kind of the main character, but then these other guys. I mean, there are always these other characters, Jacques Derrida and whoever. And it always gets really complicated. And it's just, no matter how deep you dig, how there are these two different ways of seeing the world where, if reality is fundamentally shaped by our vision, or our vision should fundamentally be shaped by reality, right? It's so easy to just say, the gender thing is such an easy example of it, but it's only one of things. Like, you could apply it to economics. You could apply it to fat studies. That's my favorite. There's a bunch of different ways to apply it to where, should you move against the constraints or with it? And it's always the same story every time. And just to be able to wrap your mind over not just your own way of seeing the world, but the other way of seeing the world, and understanding how logically consistent the two sides are. And one will be naturally intuitive to you, and the other will seem entirely foreign to you, but if it's the one you disagree with, it will always be annoyingly logically consistent. It really explains that divide that has plagued human history. And I think that it's tragic in that there will always be kind of this divide, but in a way, it's also just really fascinating, because you can understand how, if you understand how descriptions describe our limitations, but prescriptions are really ambitious as to human potential, and how you as an individual, if you tend to side more with one or the other, how each one has its own strengths, and, does one lead us forward faster than the other? Does it better to just stay more grounded in reality? I don't want to claim to have all the answers. I feel like the more I talk, the more I'm getting myself into trouble.
I'm not seeing what landmines you're stepping on, Shady. It all seems pretty sensible to me.
Okay.
I'd say, like with descriptive and prescriptive, those two poles are always going to exist, but just always try and make sure the bridge is there if you can.
Mm-hmm.
Like Sarah and myself and you. So we're, Sarah is on a different
that's
pole
caps lock.
to you and I, but the bridge is there because we're having a conversation about it. I mean, Sarah's gone silent. She might just be tired.
I hope. Yeah. Oops.
But as long as there's a bridge and there's a conversation, I think that's gonna.
Yeah, I tend to have my own opinions about things, but at the same time, I feel like it's kind of at the end of the day, I'm so limited. It's just I'm just this tiny speck. I'm just an ant, in the arc of history. That ultimately, what matters to me is the friends I make along the way. Like, that sounds corny, but it's true.
For me, I like being. I like the idea that I am a part of something greater, which is humanity for all its flaws. So, it's like, okay, I'm never going to be the most important thing in human history, but I am in some way helping propel humanity forward in my own little way. So.
Yeah. Are you ready to completely fail this Myst game, though?
Sure. Go ahead.
Absolutely.
Oh, yes! Yes. I'm free! Oh, thank you, my friend. My dear friend. You've done the right thing. You stupid fool! It looks like perhaps you're in the book now. And what have we here? A page. Oh no. I hope you enjoy your new home as much as I enjoyed it. I can't see you. You're getting less clear. I hope you're in the boots. The library looks much the same as I left. Oh, I can know. Goodbye.
Oops. I messed up. How could you guys let me mess up? You're not my true friends, are you?
No.
How could you betray me like this? Ugh. Oh, you just never want the good times to end. Okay, what's going on?
Still, we have to, we do have to fill out the string with rhyme, even if it's not Real Myst 2000. Could we at least do Real Myst Masterpiece Edition? Even if it's quick.
Sleepy, though. No, we did this one. This one.
Oh, yes! I'm free! Oh,
I love that.
alive! And how do you feel, my friend?
There's particular giggles that I like.
Here. Perhaps pages you work so hard for. What? Yes. Oh. Perhaps you're seeing the world from my point of view. Yes. Oh. There's my brother. Oh, yes. Maybe someone will rescue you someday. You lose.
Supposed to outrun.
Derp.
Oh, this was Atris we're talking about, Outrun. He is pretty aloof by nature. I mean, I think a lot gets by him.
Oops. Try again.
Yeah, you place the pattern the same way I do, Shady.
Who the devil are you?
I think.
Don't come here to Dunny. Not yet. Oh, I have many questions for you, my friend. As you no doubt have for me. Where should I begin? Oh. Perhaps my story is in order. My name is Atris. I fear you've met my son, Cirrus and Achenar, in the red and blue books on Myst Island. In my library. Oh, it contains my works, my writings. Oh, I wrote many books that linked me to fantastic places. It's an art I learned from my father many years ago. Oh, but the red and blue books, those were different. I wrote those books to entrap over-greedy explorers that might stumble upon my island of Myst. But I had no idea my own sons would be entrapped. My sons, Cirrus and Achenar, we had many journeys together. I gave them free rein to the books. Perhaps it was not wise. had not told them about the red and blue books. Their imaginations went wild. They dreamed of riches and power. Of course, they did not know the books were traps. They begged me for access to those books, and I, of course, denied them. Oh, they devised a plan. An evil plan. I had no idea to what extent their greed had progressed. Their own mother. He was their own mother. Oh, my dear Catherine. To lure me here to Dunny. Of course, I could return to Myst, except that they removed a single page from my Myst linking book. I cannot return without that page. You, my friend, can bring that page to me. Oh, I pray you believe my story above the lies that my sons have told you. If you could find it in yourself to return that page to me here in Dunny, I could go to Myst and bring justice to my sons for what they have done. I must return to my writing. I pray that you believe me. Please hurry. Bring the page. Bring the page with you.
Okay, I guess we'll do this. What? I wasn't listening.
Wait, what?
Huh? What?
Sorry, yeah, my display went to sleep, and I had it set to sleep if I don't move the mouse for 3 hours. It can't have been 3 hours. I don't know what happened.
You return. We meet face to face. And the page. Did you bring the page? You didn't bring the page. You didn't bring the page. I deplore you. Oh. Did you not take my warning seriously? Welcome to Dunny. You and I will live here forever.
The way he hits the paper is my favorite part.
I missed that in the remakes.
I know.
I don't know why they took that out.
It's not that they took him out, it's that they had to re-record for 3D. And he just didn't
They
do
could
as
have
good a
dubbed it in,
job.
so yeah.
He should have just acted as well.
They also changed him a bit, so, you know, because in the later games he was made a bit more stoic. So
I know.
they kind of made him hold it in a bit more.
This is the best Atris. Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. I think it would have been funnier, though, if they decided for real Myst to make him go all Savidro. So, like, he went really, really hammy.
He suddenly pulls out a hammer.
Just can't get the words out because he's so angry.
No, wait. I want to save my progress.
Then Matthew shows up and things get worse.
Yeah, that typically happens. What?
Sorry, Matthew. Or as he says in the Japanese version, shit. I still love that, even though you would have never gotten away with that in the English version.
What the fuck am I doing?
Yeah, exactly. That's what I was wondering. But,
Yeah, good point, Moss. And Shady.
But yeah, I kind of really like that aspect of the Japanese version of Myst 3 Exile, where
I know, you talk about it all the time.
I know, but just because Ice Kitsune's bringing it up here, just how Savidro says shit, because In that circumstance, that is naturally what you'd say. You would swear if you thought that you were probably going to be stuck somewhere forever and just starve to death. So not forever, but yeah. It does seem a bit more natural than saying no over and over again.
No, no, no.
Like,
No,
you
no,
believe,
no, 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 no.
But yeah, it'll be, you
Which is
believe
exactly
it's
what
to be true.
some woman yelled at me at a nursing home when I was a
At a
child.
nursing home.
Uh-huh. I
Wow.
don't remember. I was a child. But I just remember this face just yelling, no, 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 no. And so I was
Well,
like,
have you
yeah,
got
that's
the book?
realistic. What book?
No. That's what you asked her. After she said no, 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 no.
Probably. I don't remember. I say, would you like to link to Myst?
But you can be stuck on Myst from now on.
Yeah, maybe. I don't remember what I said. Tried at least. There was heart in
I
it.
know. I do know I bring it up all the time, but it's because Ice Kitsune mentioned it. And it does seem really fitting. It's just something about it I just really like. Not in a humorous way, but I just think, yeah, of course
Who the
you'd
devil
swear
are
in
you?
that circumstance.
Don't. Have you found the missing page?
Yes.
Come.
On then.
Come on, then.
All right, we win. We made the whole game again.
We didn't do it in quite the time.
You returned. And the page? Did you bring the page? Give it to me. Give me the page.
How'd you guys get me to
Mr.
play
Come
through
here.
this? Wait, stop. Before I give him the page.
The page, my friend. The page.
How'd you guys get me to play through this whole game again?
Give me the page. Please give the page.
That's amazing.
No,
you guys are good.
You wanted to play through the game, Shady. You know you wanted to play through the game again. That's why you did it.
No,
That's
I
why
would
you went
have
along
never
with it.
thought of it, but you guys put me up to it.
Please give the page.
No, we
Shut
asked
up,
you to,
Beatrice.
and you wanted to do it.
The page, my friend.
So that's why you did it, because you
Oh,
deep down
this is
you
such an
wanted to do it.
abusive relationship.
You've done the right thing. I have a difficult choice to make.
If I turn sideways and back, is he going to be gone already?
My sons have betrayed me. I know what I must do. I shall return shortly.
I have to say, Shady, I'm disappointed you missed an Atris line.
This time or forever?
This time.
What did I miss?
If you approach... Well, when you're approaching him, but you're not quite there, if you sit for a while, he looks up and says, "Come here." You missed that. You moved towards him too far.
It is done. I have many questions for you, my friend.
What?
But,
I don't even remember this. What are you talking about? No, I'm loading my game because I don't actually know what you're talking about. I genuinely do not know what you're talking about.
Okay.
I mean, maybe I'd seen it as a kid. I figured I would have, but as an adult, I don't recall this.
Have you found the missing page?
So you're saying just wait right here?
So as you're approaching, there's a certain point where you're close, but not quite up in front of him, and he says, "Come here."
Is it here?
I can't see.
Yeah.
There it is. That's the line.
Huh. I don't recall that.
Well, it looks like we both had gaps in
my
our
friend.
knowledge then.
You returned. And the page.
What
did you bring the
gap
page?
did you have?
Give it to me.
I didn't know. I couldn't remember all the dates for the stone ship
You've done the right thing.
constellations.
Hmm.
I vaguely remembered them, but not
I have
completely.
no choice to make.
I think your knowledge is based on the original Myst and all this, whereas I'm thinking in terms of real Myst, which doesn't have that, I don't think.
Oh, okay. Maybe it does.
Because I
yeah.
played 684 hours of that stupid game.
I shall return shortly.
When you should have been playing the original.
Probably.
Well, I'm glad we filled in gaps in each other's knowledge, although I've forgotten the stone ship constellation dates again, so yeah. 27 years since I first played played Myst, and yeah, that's one thing that just hasn't stayed in my memory.
October 11, 1984. 10:04 a.m.
Yeah, it's too specific for me.
I have many questions for you, my friend. But my writing cannot wait. I fear that my long delay may have already had a catastrophic impact on the world in which my wife, Catherine, is now being held hostage. Oh, in reward, I'm sorry, but all I have to offer you is the library on the island of Myst, the books that are contained there. Feel free to explore at your leisure. I hope you find your explorations satisfying. You will no longer have my sons to deal with. Oh, and one more favor. I am fighting a foe much greater than my sons could even imagine. At some point in the future, I may find it necessary to request your assistance. Until that point, feel free to enjoy the explorations from my library on Myst. Thank you again. The book. You can use the Myst linking book to return to Myst.
He's so gruff and
Well, he seems older than he does in
Succinct.
the later games. He seems to age backwards, except for Myst 5. Like, he seems like an old man here, but Myst 4, he just seems like some 40-year-old.
some 40-year-old. Dude,
Like,
I'm
here
gonna
he
be
seems
40 in a few years here. What the fuck?
So, like, here he seems like maybe 65. Riven, he seems like 65, 50, 60, 55.
65, 50, something like that.
Myst 3, he seems like he's 50. And Myst 4, he seems like he's 45. Because his hair gets noticeably less grey. You look at Atris in Myst 3, he's got all this grey, and in Myst 4, it's just nowhere to be seen.
I
Like,
just
he
like
sounds
his
nothing.
impatience.
Yeah.
So we won, right?
Yeah. Can you get the credits to play? I think you have to quit to get them.
Yeah, generally you have to quit to get the credits. Well, I
I
guess
know
it's
some
not.
versions, like I think the 3DO version plays the credits when you link back to Myst after you've won from Dunny.
Oh, I've never heard of that. Huh.
That's, yeah. I know that, I'm pretty sure the 3DO version does that, and maybe a few others as well. I can't remember if the Saturn version does it, but...
I'm very sleepy.
You want to power through Rhyme or?
No.
I'm having fun here.
I know, but I'm very sleepy.
Yeah.
Even Myst Lover isn't here. I wouldn't deny her the opportunity to see Rhyme, which I actually did honor last time.
You got the. That's what that Japanese says.
Yeah, so I think I'm gonna call it here because I'm falling asleep.
All right. Good night.
Yeah, it's been 12 hours since I started streaming this, and I had a 6-hour event before I even started this.
Oh, what was that?
Some stupid thing that was kind of a bust, but I did expend 6 hours energy on, so
Yeah,
whatever.
that's why we should value money more than women. Isn't that right, Shady?
It's a trap. I shouldn't respond to this question.
Well, you're pissed. It was worth a shot.
Yeah.
All right,
Yeah,
good night,
I need to
Shady.
go to sleep. Yeah, it's 3:30 in the morning, and it's
Are you
even
gonna have
later
some
wherever
water?
sir.
No.
course.
You need to have water, some water, and some food before you go to bed. Eat. Absolutely eat before you go to bed.
I'll have to evaluate my food situation. I'm definitely drinking water, though.
Yeah. 'Cause didn't you say you haven't eaten for like 12 hours?
Is that true? I guess
Well, you
it's true.
When did you eat? Just before the stream started?
I guess so. Huh.
Alright, it's
Weird.
probably like-
I don't know. Time flies, doesn't it? Huh. Woo.
When you're talking about prescriptive versus descriptive.
Yeah, I hope I didn't make an ass of myself. That happens sometimes when I get drunk on stream where I just, I will talk and then I'm like, did I just wake up? I hope I didn't fall asleep on stream and wake up an hour later. That didn't happen, right?
I've never seen that happen. Maybe someone can fill me in.
So that didn't happen tonight where I lost control.
You were cognizant the whole time, talking about philosophy and money and, amputations came up.
The Federal Reserve needs to be abolished. All right, and taxation is theft. I'm gonna go to sleep, and
it is. I've lost $100 to tax last week.
I don't like taxes. Yeah, because they just go to the oligarchs and they fund stupid wars, and nobody likes it. All right, I'm going to bed, and you guys can complain about things further on the server.
I suppose you're going to bed, Sarah.
Yeah, I will.
Yeah.
It's pretty late for you, I think. Isn't it like 4 a.m., 4:30?
Yeah.
All right, you're 12 hours behind me. It's 4:30 in the afternoon now for me.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Well, everybody have a good rest or academic studying day or whatever you're doing for the rest of whatever day-night cycle you're part of.
Thank you, Shady.
Yes. And I will see you guys.
The sun's over here at the moment, so
yeah, whatever you're doing, I wish you the best, and I will see you again soon.
Shady.
And I'm really looking forward to King's Quit next week, and probably Fate of Atlantis in the middle of the week. I don't know. I think we got good times still to come, so I will see you guys soon. Sound good?
All right, well, I'll see you soon.
Yes.
Good night, Shady.
Excellent. Good night. Good day.
Good night,
whatever.
Sarah.
All right.
Good night, Shady. See you
Log
later,
off.
Moss.
Good night.
Log off and go away.